Sweet Home Part 2. Chapter 14. Club Flux was packed from wall to wall with drunken Tide supporters who'd been at the game, and as soon as we arrived, Romeo was accosted with praise and congratulatory handshakes. He gripped onto me tightly, his arm around my shoulder and my head tucked against the crook of his neck. Our group was given a booth in the corner of the club, the benefit of being with the Romeo Prince. We were heading to the cornered-off area when a drunken student sporting a Tide jersey grabbed hold of my arm and jostled me to his sweaty chest. "Bullets, good luck charm. You're saving the season, darlin'. You deserve a big ol' thank you kiss." The guy was immediately pushed away from me, and Romeo held him up by the neck of his shirt. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" The Tide fan instantly paled and held up his hands in surrender. "Bullet. I was just showing my appreciation." "Then appreciate her from afar. Touch her again, and you'll be staring up at us from the fucking ground. You get me?" Yeah, I get you, man. I'll back off." Sorry." Romeo dropped him to the ground, and the shell-shocked fan immediately rushed away through the crowd. When Romeo turned back to me, I stood glaring at him with folded arms and a pissed-off scowl. "Baby," he tried to placate, inching forward. I sliced my hand through the air, gesturing for him to shut up and stop. "No need, Romeo. Absolutely no bloody need for what you just did. You didn't have to be so damn aggressive to the poor guy." Romeo's full lips puckered into a pout. "But he touched you. So you threaten him? You're mine, and he touched you. I didn't like it. Christ, Rome, that was completely over the top." He blew out a long sigh. "I fucked up again, didn't I?" He looked so lost. I walked towards him and wrapped my arms around his neck. "Yes, you did." His lip hooked into a smirk as his hand dropped to run over my backside. "Am I forgiven?" My breath hitched, and I placed my forehead against his. "I'm yours. Be calm." A wave of peace washed over his features, and he nodded his head curtly before crashing his lips to mine, stealing a hard kiss. We headed to the private table and joined our friends. Within minutes, a petite blonde waitress arrived to take our drink orders. From the minute she arrived, she never took her green eyes off Rome. I'd come to expect it. He drew people to him, whether due to his good looks or whom he played for. But she was acting differently. She looked at him as if she knew him, intimately. After we ordered several bottles of beer, and Rome's apparent ignorance of the waitress' constant attention, I relaxed and was finally able to survey the club. It was a mass of grinding, gyrating bodies and men enthusiastically swinging their female partners around the dance floor. I assumed that was two-stepping. It was all pretty entertaining. Our drinks arrived, and once again, the waitress lingered in front of Rome, and this time I knew my suspicions were justified. He ignored her, prompting her to block our line of sight with her pert plastic breasts and sing, "Hey, Bullet, how've you been?" My eyebrows immediately pulled together, and I swerved to Rome, who'd gone completely still. "We're done here," he replied coldly. The busty blonde, wearing an obscenely short black dress, leaned on the table, pushing her cleavage together with her bent arms, ignoring his dismissal. "You never called me after our night together." I stiffened, and Romeo pressed me farther into his chest, anticipating correctly that I was about to flee from the uncomfortable scene. It was flee or act on the intense anger raging through my body. I was never going to. I'll say it again. We're done here. He leaned forward slightly. Or if you need a simpler answer, fuck off. The girl's face fell, and she snapped. I'd heard on the grapevine that you were pussy-whipped, fucking waste of a good cock. She looked down her nose at me and laughed. And for that too. She must screw better than she wears that shitty dress. She stood abruptly, swinging her curves, and cut her way through the crowd. My fists clenched tight, the tips of my nails digging into my palms. Ally glared at Rome, and she shook her head in disapproval. I didn't dare look at anyone else. I wriggled loose from his arms. Romeo tried to grip onto me harder, but I managed to shuffle to the edge of the booth. I need to use the bathroom, I blurted out. Romeo edged forward, hard-faced, and thundered, "Don't you dare run, not after everything you said." I shushed him to silence, which was met by a sharp twitch of his mouth. He wasn't used to being shot down, and I knew it annoyed him. "I'm going to the bathroom," I snapped, and I watched his face ice over. His eyes narrowed at my sharp tone, and I tossed my hair dismissively, not caring, and walked away. I heard Ally shout, "Wait, Molly." But I didn't stop. I'd almost reached the bathroom when someone clasped my hand tightly and pulled me behind them. I stubbornly stood stock still, snagging back my arm, and Romeo whipped round to fix me with his furious gaze. Releasing an angry grunt and taking a tight hold of my hand again, he dragged me into an empty corridor, trying several doors to see if they were unlocked. When one swung open, a storage cupboard, he pulled me inside, flicking on the light, locked the door, and whirled to me, hands firmly on his hips. "I fucked her once. Last year. There was nothing more to it. You don't need to be upset by it, and you certainly don't need to fucking run away." I glared at him. "Well, excuse me if I don't enjoy your exploits flaunting their slutty selves in front of my face." Romeo's nostrils flared, and he stepped closer. "You want to know all about my sexual past, all the sordid details? Fine. I've fucked a lot of girls, in many different ways, in many different places. They'd throw themselves my way, and I'd give them what they wanted, and they'd fucking love it." Before I knew what had happened, I'd struck his face with my hand, the loud slap amplified by the tinny acoustics in the boxy room. Blood scalded my veins, my chest pounded, and Rome turned a dark shade of purple. "Did that feel good? Have you got it out of your system now?" he bit out, rubbing his hand along his cheek. Tears swelled in my eyes. I didn't mean to hit him, but no one had ever evoked such a reaction in me before. I was physically shaking with the sudden rush of adrenaline. Romeo leaned against the opposite wall, lowering his head. "They fucked Bullet. They only ever fucked Bullet." My breath paused with hurt. "Nice, Rome. Real nice. Is that what you'll do to me? Let me fuck the great Bullet Prince, give me what I want, and move on." He stormed forward, forcing me back so my spine was flush against the cold steel shelves, his arms bracing me in a cage on either side. "Not at all, Shakespeare, but hear this. I'm gonna fuck you, but I'm also gonna make love to you. I'm gonna own every goddamn piece of your soul, and I'm never gonna let you go. You're gonna scream my name over and over until it's permanently lodged in your friggin' throat. You're not gonna be just a fuck to me, mole, you're gonna be my fucking salvation. I swallowed as he placed his hand on my chin, urging me to look at him, to see him. You'll make love to me, Romeo, not some pathetic fucking football alter ego. You'll get the real me, all of me, forever and ever. Is that clear enough for you? He closed his eyes, pressing his forehead against mine. Christ, mole. I've never done this before. If I'd known you were out there waiting for me, I wouldn't have fucked all those chicks. But I can't take it back. I slumped back against the rigid metal. It's all too much, isn't it? Your family obviously hates me, Shelley. Won't back off, you turn on anyone who even looks at me. And these girls you've had in the past seem not to be able to let go. I have my own issues, Rome, you know this. And piled with yours, it's just too much. How can we possibly work under all this stress? Panic set on his features. Don't do that. Do what? Write us off. Don't run away when it gets tough. He gripped my chin. You fight your past problems. I'll learn to control my anger. We fight back against my family. We ignore all the others. We get through this. Don't you dare quit on me now, Shakespeare. Don't you fucking dare. Rome. Dark eyes searched mine. No. I won't let you go. I know I'm all kinds wrong for you, but you've changed me. You fucking changed me. Can't you see that? You're gonna face this with me. Say it. Please, baby, say it to me. I shook my head, ready to argue, and he shuffled forward until he held me captive with his tall, broad body. Say you get me, mole? Rome, I groaned. A clenched fist hit the shelves behind, causing stacks of boxes to crash loudly to the floor. You're not runnin'. You get me? Yes. Yes, I fucking get you. I screamed, pushing against his chest. Even through the hardness of his words, I could feel the fear pulsing from his body at the thought of losing me. His hand gripped the back of my neck. You're still in, he whispered, searching every part of my eyes. I sighed and he hitched my leg over his hip, struggling to get even closer. I'm still in. Romeo's pupils dilated and an excited flush spread on his rugged face. Fuck, I want you so bad. You doing everything I say makes me hard as fuck. I leaned forward and kissed the spot just below his ear. I drew back slowly and, taking his hand, lifted my dress and placed his hand square against my heat. Mole. Christ, he groaned as his fingers slipped along my core. You're killin' me. My tongue circled the shell of his ear. I like it when you lead, when you assert your authority. It turns me on. Fuck. I can tell, and I like that you submit. It calms me. You're what I need. Damn, you're perfect for me. Beautiful, sexy as all hell with a body that makes painters weep. Rome's fingers began their exploration and I lost all semblance of sanity. He wrapped his hand in my long hair and held me tightly as his fingers entered me, making it impossible for me to move. I hissed and his gaze grew darker. There'll be no one else. For the first time ever, you're giving me what I want, what I need. You give me full control, and I love it. You do too, don't you? You fucking love it. That familiar devastating wave of want began to lap along my legs and my breathless pants filled every corner of the room. I gripped onto his shoulders and answered, yes, I love it. I love it. His taunting smirk both turned me on and infuriated me. And his fingers pulsed at a mind-bending speed. My hand reached down to his jeans and he roared, off. Let go. Now. This is not about me. You won't touch me. Unless I say so. I did as dictated, and when a third digit entered me, I threw my head back and screamed in release. My chest heaved with the sensation and I gripped Romeo's hair, smashing his lips to mine, conveying my complete acceptance of who he was, who I was, what we were. Together. The beat from the music on the dance floor thumped. Through the quiet of our little room, I could feel the drum and bass penetrate through Romeo's chest against mine. Romeo pulled his hand from my panties and kissed me. Softly, slowly, and lovingly, a direct contradiction from only minutes before. Are we okay? He whispered against my mouth, his eyes guarded, even scared. I kissed his forehead and smiled, causing a brightness to light up his face. I want you, Romeo. You give me something I didn't even know I needed to. Even though I've fucked around for years. Made things even harder on you. That I come as damaged goods? I ran both hands up his arms. I can't pretend I'm okay with it, but if I'm yours and yours alone, then I'll deal with it. You are. I don't even see other girls now, haven't since our very first kiss. It seemed as though it was almost painful for him to admit those words. Romeo? Fingertips stroked my face, and he watched every move I made. Are we wrong? Is how we need to find pleasure completely fucked up? You ordering me around like a staff sergeant and me giving in to your demands. He smiled darkly at my tormented worry. I'm gonna say a resounding yes. I nodded, slowly turning away. He pulled me back to his amused face. Do you like it, mole? Do you enjoy me being in control? My eyes rolled back, scorching heat threatening to ignite at the mere thought. Yes, every time. Then we're not wrong. In fact, there are no two better suited people. We fill an emotional gap that we both have missing. I breathed out a laugh. Fateful star-crossed lovers? He smiled again. It was almost a full smile I'd never seen from him before, so careless and free. I think we need to stop quoting that damn play, Shakespeare. I feel like we're the fucked up rated R version of Romeo and Juliet. I couldn't help but burst out in laughter, Romeo joining in. I fixed my dress and took his hand. Now, let's go dance. I'm crazy turned on as it is. You're gonna make me blow by simply watching you move. Your curves are dangerous, baby. I rubbed myself against his body, feeling the hard ridge in his jeans. You're nowhere nearly done with me tonight, Romeo. I want you thinking about that until we leave this club. But we came here to dance, and I wanna dance. Show all your past conquests that you're now mine and they need to back the hell off from my man. I went to turn away when he jerked me back, lifting me off the floor, wrapping my legs around his waist. Say that again, he ordered sternly, playful Rome completely gone and dark Rome rearing his head. Say what? What you just said. That you're mine? Yes, he rasped as he pushed himself up between my legs. You are mine now. With no conditions. Just you for you. He growled and slammed me back against the wall. I wasn't going to stop him taking what he wanted, and from the expression on his face, neither was he. I was going to give myself to my boyfriend in a closet, and I honestly couldn't care less. Romeo closed in, unzipping his fly, and the sodding doorknob began to rattle. Hey, who's in there? Open up, a male voice shouted from the corridor. No, he bellowed through clenched teeth, his hands flexing almost painfully at my waist. Open up or I'll get security. Romeo's head dropped to my shoulder, and I muffled my laugh in his long hair. I reached down, pulling up his fly, and wiggled out of his grasp, lacing his hand through mine. Let's go, baby. Let's actually have our date. Nodding brusquely, he cupped my face. You go out there and fucking show everyone we're together. You own this, us. Time to be bold, baby. Bring the fucking rain. A smile slowly spread on my face, a warm feeling bursting in my chest. He'd shown me we were unbreakable. It was time to put that belief into practice. Romeo yanked the door open, and the young bar manager on the other side stepped back at the severe gaze on his face. We pushed through the crowd and made our way to the booth. Our friends were on the dance floor, so we grabbed our beers and settled our heated hormones with the waiting alcohol. I spotted the busty waitress from before and signaled for her attention. Romeo watched me carefully as she came closer, every muscle in his hard body prepped for intervention. I perched on his knee and let him hold me proudly in his arms. Her beady eyes crinkled at the two of us, and she muttered something under her breath before painting on a fake smile. Can I help y'all? I glanced playfully at Romeo, who pulled a confused smirk at my apparent new confidence. Our tryst in the closet had put my jealousy at ease. If a couple could bring that kind of animalism out in one another, I had no rivals or threats. We'll take a round of tequila shots, twice, and I trailed my finger down Romeo's abs to his jeans, his hips lifting against my bottom in reaction. What do you want, baby? Romeo's eyes shone with unconstrained lust, and he spoke only to me. We should get everyone another beer too, beautiful. I turned back to the waitress. You get all that? She nodded bluntly and went to turn away, rolling her eyes as she did so. I saw red. "Oh, one more thing," I shouted to her retreating form. She whipped around, annoyance radiating from her bitchy glare, all pretense gone. I smiled a brilliant smile. "He's mine now. Spread the word to any other tart who wants a second round with my boyfriend that he's completely unavailable." She glared at Romeo in fury, then scurried into the crowd. My heart was beating at a mind-bending rate. Romeo spun me around, biting my neck in manic rapture. "I need you in the closet again, now." "Fuck, that was so hot, baby," he growled. "Was that bold enough for you?" I asked. He pushed himself against me again, grinning. "Bold as fuck. I'm friggin' lovin' this new you." "It's not new. It was just lying dormant." "Then wake the fuck up, baby. Wake the fuck up." Cass came strutting over with Jimmy Don, clapping loudly. "Molly Shakespeare. I've never heard you talk like that to anyone. I freakin' loved it. I think I'm rubbin' off on you, girl. Next time, though, direct that at Shelley. That bitch needs a dose of tough new badass Molly talk." She leaned down and kissed my head like a proud mama. 5 minutes later, we all had our shots and hit the dance floor nearest our booth. As we stood, Big and Rich's "Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy" came through the speakers, and Romeo's eyes danced in jest as I pressed against him, gyrating to the beat. Cass and Jimmy Don two-stepped like no other, the crowd offering them a wide berth, and Austin made Lexi jump on his back like a horse when the chorus kicked in. With every shot of tequila, my inhibitions lowered and Romeo took full advantage, skirting his hand along my sides, brushing his tongue along my exposed skin, and whispering illicit murmurs into my ear. We didn't sit down for 2 hours and had managed to move to a corner of the club, secluding us from people's constant attention. Romeo was flush against the wall, and I danced around him, against him, upon him. I felt his knee pressing against my bare thigh, and it was at that moment that I made a decision. I snuggled against him as the intro to Randy Houser's "How Country Feels" began to play, wrapped my arms around his neck, and watched as a smile broke out on his face as he reciprocated the movements around my waist. "You okay?" I shook my head and pouted. His eyebrows furrowed, his adorable frown line making an appearance. "Why? What's wrong?" I combed my fingers through his long hair, my mouth to his ear. "I want to go home." "Are you ill? Is something wrong?" I sighed and nodded my head yes. "What is it? Tell me," he pushed, his hard protective attitude rising to the surface. "It was exactly what I wanted to happen. I want you to take me home and put me to bed." His tongue traced across his bottom lip, and his face looked all confused. "Okay, are you tired? It's still pretty early." I shook my head and continued. "I want you to put me to bed, get in beside me, and make love to me." At those words, Romeo's head snapped back, and his cocoa eyes lit with instant arousal. His hard pelvis smacked against mine as he pushed me farther against the slick-with-sweat wall. "Are you serious?" "Deadly." Softening his tone, he murmured, "I don't want you to do anything you ain't ready for. You've been drinkin'. I don't want you to regret us in the mornin'. I'm not so drunk that my feelings are untrue." I want you, Romeo, no regrets. Then beg me. Noticing my surprised reaction, he whispered in a gravelly timbre, I told you I'd take you only when you begged me, when you wanted me like no other. If you're at that point, Mole, you have to prove it to me. You have to beg. I remembered his words, and tremors danced along my skin. He excited me. His verbal foreplay successfully reeled me into his line. Romeo Prince, I want you to take me to bed, I want you to undress me slowly, and I want you to make me completely yours. Please, Romeo, make love to me, tonight. For a fleeting moment, I thought he was going to just take me right there against the wall when he ordered, go and get your purse. I'll be waitin' for you outside. And don't be long. He disappeared in the crowd, and I could see his hands clenching into frustrated fists as he aggressively pushed his way to the exit. I made my way to the booth in an almost dreamlike state, collected our things, made our excuses to our friends, and went to join him outside. As soon as I walked through the exit, lusty eyes immediately locked onto my excited face, and Romeo stalked me like a predator stalks its targeted prey. He flicked his chin, telling me without words to get myself closer. I drifted on heavy feet and stopped before him. Leaning forward, he pressed a smooth kiss on the side of my neck, grasped my hand without saying a word, and signaled for a cab. We jumped in the back seat, our thighs flush against one another, and the tension between us was palpable. Even the middle-aged, gray-haired driver shifted in his seat and looked at us repeatedly in his rear-view mirror, probably worrying we were about to lose control on the leather upholstery. I couldn't sit still in anticipation, and Rome's hand gripped my bouncing knee. Stop. I risked a side glance, and a large bulge pushed against the fly of his jeans. I tried to edge closer, to steal a kiss, a touch, just something to appease my starving body for a little while longer. Romeo saw me go to move and leaned over to my ear. Decide now if you want to be arrested for public indecency, because if you move even a millimeter closer, I'll fuck you right here, right now, with no pleasantries. Your choice, Shakespeare. I cowered to the door, rolling down the window to let in some air, and tried to refocus my wayward mind, wondering what the hell I'd signed myself up for. As we finally pulled to a stop in front of my sorority house, after what seemed like an eternity, we got out onto the quiet street, and Romeo said, "You go in the front alone, I'll come in from the balcony. And be quick, baby. I mean it. Don't test me right now." Chapter 15. As soon as I entered the room, Romeo was against me. His breath blowing on my tempered skin, a mix of mint and beer, cooling my flushed complexion. Walk toward the bed and take off the boots. His voice was tight and stern. My legs moved forward as if they were perfectly attuned to his commands. I reached the bed and shucked off my boots. Turn around and face me. I did as he said, trembling in a heady cocktail of apprehension and excitement. Romeo stood against the wall, the glow of the moonlight showcasing his handsome face, watching my silhouette as I complied eagerly with his instructions. Take off your dress, slowly. I lifted the hem smoothly over my head, dropping it to the floor, standing only in my new black strapless bra and silk panties. Romeo strode determinedly before me and commenced circling around my scantily clad form, absorbing the view of my nearly naked body with a knowing smile. He stopped his assessing eyes at my upper hip and ran a finger across the lines of my small tattoo. His stunned gaze met mine. "A tattoo, Shakespeare? You surprise me. You've never let me see this before." He immediately dropped to his knees and studied the writing, his face level with my stomach, warm breath breezing between my legs, eliciting a strangled moan from the back of my throat. Romeo stroked the tattoo with his finger, and the anxiety began at the memory of its source, and I stumbled and sucked in a telltale hollow breath. Romeo lifted his hand without looking up and took mine securely in his. The panic immediately filtered away, his touch healing me. "So are you to my thoughts as food to life, or as sweet seasoned showers are to the ground," he murmured as he read the quote out loud, pressing a kiss to my jutting hip bone. He peered up and asked, "What's this, baby? Why do these words take pride of place on this beautiful body?" Feather-light fingertips continued to trace the intricate loops and dips of the script. I raked my hands through his hair, and he held my bottom firmly within the hold of his free arm, keeping me close. "It's William Shakespeare, from one of his love sonnets. Number 75, I confessed as I struggled to suppress a whimper as his fingers dipped along the juncture of my thighs. His eyes cracked open. "But why is it important enough for you to brand yourself with it forever?" My eyes filled with water, and I chewed on my lip to keep from breaking down. The strong grip on my hips tightened in warning, and he licked along my lower stomach. "Tell me, mole. I won't ask twice. I've got you, I won't let you be destroyed. It's just a quote that I like. That's all," I answered evasively. Romeo's dark eyes narrowed. "I know that's not the full story, baby, but you can tell me later." I released a pent-up breath that I didn't even know I was holding. Romeo got to his feet. I forcibly swallowed as his hands slowly fell over my shoulders and down to the sharp blades on my back. My heart pounded as he stopped on the clasp of my bra. I instinctively reached out and gripped his plaid shirt to right my unsteady feet. I felt the slackening of my bra, and it fell from my chest, revealing my round breasts to his heated scrutiny. My eyes lowered to my hands on his waist, unable to cope with the pressure of the exposure. Rome's hands pressed flat against the bare skin of my back and moved north to grip my hair in his fist, tilting up my chin. My eyes were closed, but I could still feel his razor stare through my paper-thin lids. "Open." I shook my head, unsure if I could cope with the intensity of the tension radiating between us. The air almost crackled with sexual static. His fist tightened, and the pressure built at the crown of my scalp. "Open. I won't ask again." I took a calming breath and lifted my heavy lids. Romeo leaned in, pressing a hard kiss on my lips, and his fingers ghosted along my collarbone, cupping my left breast in his hand. I expelled a moan into his mouth and his tongue slid against mine in circuitous movements as his palm brushed over my nipple, over and over, shooting an electrical need to my sex. Romeo broke away from my swollen lips on a gasp and, as though a strained cord had snapped within him, lifted me in his arms and dropped me to the center of the bed. Straddling my thighs, Romeo pinched at the peaks of my breasts with his fingers, and I almost erupted at the sensation, my back arching off the sheets. Romeo's wide, muscled body loomed above me, and he rid himself of his shirt, ripping open the snap buttons, leaving him only in his faded jeans that balanced low on his waist. "You're beautiful, baby. All laid out for me. All mine." I squirmed as he leaned above me, taking my mouth in a devastating salutation. His tongue plundered, only withdrawing to lick down my throat and to suck his soft lips around the center of my breasts, my hips instinctively grinding into the mattress, searching for release. His hand darted into my panties and his fingers worked furiously at my core. I clutched his hair, pulling on the golden strands to anchor my lust. Growling at my rough treatment, he lifted abruptly, snatching my legs, dragging me to slam against his hardness. Romeo rid me of my panties within seconds, and I trembled in yearning. I'd never been so unconcealed, so open, and he saw it on my face. Leaning down, he stroked my hair from my forehead. "I'm goin' to take you now. I'm goin' to show you what you mean to me, how much I want you, and show you that you're mine. You get me, baby? I get you, Romeo." Goosebumps ran along his skin at my words, and I lifted, brandishing his chest and the valleys of his abdominal muscles with scorching kisses. He expelled a guttural groan and pushed me back, fire blazing in his eyes. Romeo shifted to the end of the bed, snapping open his jeans, and I watched as the heavy denim hit the floor. He hooked his hands in his black boxers, and I bit my lip as they accompanied his jeans. I took in the view of his delectable body in all its naked perfection, my thighs constricting at the sight. Climbing on the bed on his hands and knees, Romeo lay flush against my body, his large erection resting teasingly against my thigh. With one hand hooked around my head, he used his free hand to lift my knee into a bend, his fingers drifting to my heat to ensure I was ready. I'd never been more ready for anything in my entire life. Romeo's body moved off me and he reached for his jeans. "Romeo, what?" "Condom," he said, looking back at me. I touched his arm with my hand, halting his movement. "I'm on the pill." "Baby," he groaned. "Please. I just want you, nothing in the way." In a flash, he was over me, his expression savage and feral. He grasped my hips feverishly and I lost my breath as I felt him brace at my entrance. In a moment of tenderness, he bent and kissed me with a delicate caress. Pressing his forehead against mine, he clenched his jaw and pushed forward in one swift thrust. I shifted underneath him at the sudden feeling of fullness, but Romeo's large body pinned me down, ensuring I didn't slip away. His strong arms hooked under mine, resting against the mattress, rocking himself farther and farther within me. I raked my nails across his back and bit my teeth into his exposed skin to stop from screaming in pleasure. "Romeo. God. I can't take it." It's too much. Lifting his head, he brushed a kiss on the tip of nose. Yes, you can, baby. You'll love it. This is us, this is how we should always be. He withdrew completely and stilled. Now I'm gonna make you scream my name. My eyes widened in anticipation and Romeo slammed into me, hard, direct, and rough. Fuck, you feel amazin'. I squeezed my eyes shut and my nails dug farther into the flesh of his back. Romeo. His hips pumped forward and his arms moved from underneath mine as my legs wrapped tightly around his waist, my hands holding his neck. He reached up and gripped our hands together, using the position to increase his speed and force, hammering into me, stealing my heart. Moans involuntarily slipped from my lips as an unbearable pressure built at the bottom of my spine. Romeo's chest lifted off mine, his legs widening to gain more traction, pushing me to open farther. Grip my arms. Releasing our hands, Romeo took hold of my wooden headboard and I complied, my fingers wrapping around his wide biceps as he used his strength to slam harder into me over and over. Do you like it, baby? Do you like it this hard? He growled. My toes curled. Yes. Yes, flames of desire licked across my skin and my thighs constricted. Let go, mole. Let go now, Romeo ordered as his knuckles turned white with the strength of his fists on my headboard, which cracked the paintwork on my wall. I closed my eyes as my body hummed with ecstasy and on a scream, I let go. Rome's loud grunts increased as I tensed around him. And my eyes fluttered open to see his mouth gape open, his eyes pulling tight, and he released an exaggerated rumbled groan. Romeo's heat spread within me and his torso crashed, almost bruising, against my chest. Our breaths were fast in the aftermath, and I held tightly to his shoulders. When he finally lifted, the quiet serenity on his face knocked me breathless, and I ran my hand over his damp forehead and smiled. Hey, mole. Hey, you. He rewarded me with a smile, a full smile. He floored me at how stunning he looked. I wondered how it was possible that someone so attractive even existed, and he wanted me. Dipping his head to my throat, he began to nip at the dewy skin. You're everything I thought I could never have. Makin' love to you, it was, you know. Beyond, he buried his head, unable to complete the sentence. I arched my neck, giving him full access, and I stroked his hair soothingly. Romeo, it was beautiful. His moist lips dragged across my throat, latching onto my mouth, softly nibbling at my lips and sucking on the tip of my tongue as he pulled out of me. I winced and sucked in a breath. Romeo snapped his head up to study my face. Are you sore? I tentatively drew my legs together and flinched. Yes. I told you, I'm not very experienced with all this. I was practically a virgin. You've definitely left your mark. Smiling, he laid his head on my stomach, surprising me with his affection, and his fingers ran slowly along the juncture of my thighs. I'm sorry it hurts you, baby, but I'm not gonna lie. I like that you feel thoroughly fucked. I rolled my eyes. I'm glad you're pleased with yourself. He lifted his head at my obvious sarcasm, eyes narrowing. Oh, you have no idea, Shakespeare. Just wait till you see what else I have in store for you. I trembled at his words, and the knowing gleam in his expression showed me that he was satisfied with my reciprocated hunger. Settling beside me, he pulled me to his embrace and played with my hair. "Tell me something that you've never told anyone." I stiffened, and he wound his free hand in mine preemptively, imploring me to speak. "Like what?" He shrugged. "Anything. Just something no one else knows. Some deep secret or fear that you have." I stared into his hopeful eyes, and I boldly decided to do as he asked. I would share what hurt me most. I get so lonely that at times, I literally think it might kill me. Devastation engulfed his features, and he rolled on top of me, urgently pressing his mouth on my lips, on my cheeks, on my forehead. "Molly, baby, you're breaking my fucking heart." I subtly wiped away a stray tear. "It's true, and I've never told anyone that until just now, until you. For me, it's been the hardest thing. It's amazing how loud the sound of silence can be, screaming at you relentlessly, reminding you that you're completely on your own in the world." Romeo licked his bottom lip anxiously, and his eyes began to glisten. "Can I tell you something?" I nodded shyly. He ran his finger down my cheek, but almost as if the action fueled his strength rather than gave me comfort. "I'm desperately lonely, too." I couldn't help it. Tears flowed like a sweeping torrent from my eyes, and Rome tucked his face into my neck, breathing through our combined pain. We held on to each other as if we were one another's lifeline. I could taste the bitter taste of salt dripping onto my lips. And after several minutes of much-needed closeness, Romeo lifted his head, and a tranquil calm had settled in his shielded eyes. "We don't have to feel lonely anymore, baby. I have you, and you me. This is crazy, Romeo. We've known each other for such a short space of time, yet I feel as if I've known you my whole life." A smirk spread on his lips. "We're star-crossed. Shakespeare. Fateful star-crossed lovers. We have a lifetime to get to know each other, unlike our namesakes. I'll make sure we get our happily ever after." I drew him to my mouth with my hands on his flushed cheeks. He let me lead for a while before drawing back and playfully waggling his finger in front of my face to not push the boundaries of his controlling limits. With a sudden roll, Romeo fell onto his back, and I wrapped my arm across his stomach, my head lying comfortably on his chest. I mused. "What, baby?" he asked, stroking my hair. "Just how amazing it sounds to hear another heartbeat besides my own." "Mole. Shoo, just let me listen. It makes me incredibly complete." Safe hands pressed my head tightly against his chest, and I relaxed, listening to the trance-inducing rhythm of his heart. After several minutes of quiet, Romeo asked, "That quote on your hip, tell me about it." I tensed, and Romeo's arms held me tighter. "I've got you, baby." I cleared my throat, thick with emotion. "My father quoted it in his suicide note. He used to say it to me at bedtime every night, and I wanted something to remember him by, just so I can never forget him." I heard Romeo sigh quietly in sympathy, and then he asked, "Is it from memory?" I nodded against his warm, bare skin. "Yeah. It's well and truly imprinted there, but I still have the note." He shifted slightly. "You do?" I lifted to my elbows, contemplating his nervous demeanor. I could see he had no idea what to say to me in response. Would you like to read it? He looked surprisingly scared. Why? Because no one but me and my grandma ever has. I'd like to share it with you. I find myself wanting to let you in more and more every day. It may help you understand some things about me. Okay, he agreed with wide eyes. I rose slowly from my bed and went to my closet. I took down the antique oak box that was tucked away on my top shelf and turned towards Rome, who was shamelessly admiring the view of my naked body. I shook my head and laughed. You're incorrigible. Just so you know. I'm gonna take you again tonight. Addicted, Shakespeare. I'm fucking addicted. The usual tremors racked through my insides and I strolled back towards him. He tucked me into his body. Warmth, and I opened the box, pulling out the worn, yellowing piece of paper protected by laminated plastic. And with shaky hands I gave it to Romeo, who began to read it studiously to himself. Silence reigned strong and I decided on some space. I slipped on my newly purchased black knee-length silk robe and walked to my balcony, inhaling the crisp air deeply as the surrounding trees swayed gently in the evening breeze. No matter how often I read the letter, it hurt me every time, and I couldn't help but recite each word in my head. My little Mollypops, this is the hardest letter I have ever had to write. Firstly, I want you to know that I have loved you more than any daddy has ever loved his little girl since the very beginning of time. You're the apple of my eye and the best thing I have ever done in my whole life. I know that this is all too much for you to understand right now, but you will, in time. I want to explain why I have left you, and I want you to know that it's not because you did anything wrong. I have loved many people in my life, but the way I loved your mother was beyond anything I can explain. The day you were born was both the saddest and happiest day of my life. The happiest as I got you, but the saddest as I lost the other half of my soul. I was broken, Molly, and nobody but God could fix me. One day, my sweet girl, some lucky young man will come and help you understand the very meaning of love. He will sweep you of your feet and show you what it is to place your heart in someone else's care and to willingly offer them the gift of your soul, and he will own it completely. Make sure he is worth the treasure of your heart and do everything in your power to protect what you have together. In the future, when you're older and wiser, you may look back on my departure and have questions, insecurities, and blame me for abandoning you at such a young age, and for that I cannot offer anything that will give you peace. People may tell you I was selfish for leaving you behind, but I believe that it was more selfish to let you live with half a father. Since your mammy passed, I have lived a sad and lonely life, you and Grandma being the only light in my darkness. I want you to know that I am at peace now and in the happiest place I can imagine, in the arms of your mammy for eternity. Live life to the fullest, my darling girl, and one day, when God so wishes, I will be waiting to see you again at the gates of paradise, to once again have you jump into my open arms so I can twirl you around, tell you how pretty you are, and introduce you to your mother, who looks just like you. So are you to my thoughts as food to life, or as sweet seasoned showers are to the ground. William Shakespeare. I love you, Daddy X. I knew Romeo had finished the letter when I felt him at my back, his body heat cutting through the thin barrier of silk. Laying a soft kiss on the nape of my neck, he carefully turned me in his arms and silently lifted me off my feet. His expression was unreadable as I wrapped my arms around his neck, holding tightly to our new profound intimacy. Romeo brought me wordlessly to my desk in the corner of the balcony and laid me down flat on the white tabletop. Slipping open the knotted tie of my robe, the material falling to drape at my sides. His soft mouth kissed butterfly touches from my ankle to my thigh before wrapping them loosely around his waist. Bracing himself above me, Romeo slid forward, painstakingly slow, and made love to me. He rocked within me so gently, folding my hands within his, and we reached our release in unison, sighing mutely into the stillness of the night. The soft stroke of Rome's finger ran cherishingly down my cheek. Thank you for showing me the letter, baby. Thank you for trusting me with knowing your past. I pecked kisses onto my favorite 3 freckles on his nose and the small white scar on his chin. Take me to bed, Romeo. Doing as I asked, Romeo laid me under the covers as though I weighed no more than a feather, pulling me into his chest, and we fell into a blissful, sated sleep. I was completely and hopelessly in love. Chapter 16. I accepted the final change on the Word document with an excited left click of the mouse. I had finally finished the last piece of research for Professor Ross's periodical and felt a well-earned satisfied sense of accomplishment at the feat. My free time could now be spent with Romeo, not chained to the library desk. I sat back in my balcony deck chair taking a much-needed break, breathing in the warm Tuscaloosa air, when I heard the telltale rustling on the trellis. Romeo hopped over the balcony edge with a sullen expression and my heart dropped. He walked straight to me and, capturing my face in his hands, stole a long, sensual kiss. When he withdrew, his eyes were burning. And I was breathless, but he simply sat beside me on the spare white chair. Still working hard, I see. He smiled, but it was strained. Yeah. Professor Ross was told this morning that we have a time slot of when we need to present the paper in Oxford. We go in a few months. It's a race against time to get it done now, but I've at least completed my part. Romeo edged forward on his seat, mouth tight. You're going to England in a few months' time? Since when? I twirled my pen between my fingers, meeting his eyes warily. Since always. I'm assisting in the presentation. It'll help immensely when choosing where to study for my PhD. If it's well received, I could have my pick of grad schools. I cocked my head in question. Why? Romeo slumped back moodily. I don't want you to leave me, I'll miss you too much. Plus, the championship game is round then. I need you in the stands, watching me. You have to be there for me to do well. Good luck, charm. Remember. You don't want thousands of Tide fans pissed at you. I shook my head in exasperation, moved over to sit on his lap, and he wrapped his arms tightly around my waist, skimming his nose along my jawline. I'll be back in time. I'd never miss the championship game if the Tide makes it there. Can't get between Bama folk and their football, now can I? He nipped my backside. Oh, we'll get there, baby. No doubt about that, and you will be sitting in the stands, supporting me, screaming my name, before, during, and after the game. I leaned down and kissed his soft lips with a giggle. When I retreated, the same sullen expression fell across his features. I stroked his unshaven cheek. "What's wrong?" Taking a long, deep breath, he said, "One guess." "Parents?" "Bingo." "What now?" I asked, dreading the response. "They want to meet you. They've invited us to dinner. Tomorrow night." "They're not chin up their tactics." I recoiled in shock. "Really? I never thought they'd want to meet me, ever." "Me either." I sucked in a hiss at the sting. Romeo grasped my arm. "Hey. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but they're not happy about us, Mole. They've made no secret about that." I cuddled back into his chest. "I know. It just sucks. I'm telling them no." I jolted upright. "No. Screw it, let's go. Show them how good we are together. By seeing us, it might help them understand." Romeo pulled an incredulous look. "They won't understand, and I won't have them attack you. I've coped with it for years. I'm not watching you take the same treatment. You've seen my daddy in action. He doesn't tolerate disobedience. My mama's vindictive and cruel. Why do you want to officially meet people like that?" "I want to bridge the gap for your sake." His expression softened and he kissed the back of my hand. I smoothed his long hair from his face. "Are you ever going to tell me the real history with you and your parents? Warts and all?" Romeo snapped his head back as though I'd scolded him. "We ain't going there. I'm just a huge disappointment to them. The finer details don't matter. You know everything about me, my father, my life." "Let me in," I protested. He stroked my arm resting against his. "I know you have. But, just leave it. Please." I stopped persisting. When his eyes clouded, shutting me out, Romeo took a deep breath and confided, "They've gotten worse lately. Something's going on, but I have no idea what. They've always pushed me with Shelley in any way they could, but it's like they're desperate for me to marry her more than ever. My daddy was never this insistent until recently. Something's definitely up, I just can't work out what it could be. The phone calls have become almost 24/7. His forehead wrinkled. While deep in thought. "I want to go." Romeo groaned dramatically. "It's going to be hell. Don't you get that? I can't knowingly put you in that position. I know I don't talk much about my past, but they're not good people, Mole. I know that much. I'm a product of them, after all. Don't ever talk about yourself like that. You're not cruel or abusive, you're kind and so unbelievably caring. Especially to me. Ring them and tell them we accept their invitation." He stood with me cradled in his arms and carried me to my bed, dumping me in the center, and shed his sleeveless gray t-shirt. "Fine, we'll go, but you need to get naked now and persuade me on why I should willingly let you into the lion's den. I get naked for you all the time. You're just looking for an excuse." His jeans dropped and I swallowed loudly at his bare, delicious body. "You're not naked, Shakespeare. Do it or be sorry," he threatened. I did as instructed. I brought my dress over my head and I immediately felt his mouth latch onto my breast. "We'll go, but cancel the rest of your day. I'm gonna need a lot of convincin' that this isn't a huge fuckin' disaster waitin' to happen, a lot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few hours later, after Romeo had gone to football practice, I knocked on Ally's door. Yeah? Ally, it's me. Can I come in? The door opened to Ally's beautiful face, and on her bed were Cass and Lexi. I waved as I walked in. Hey! What's all this? Why wasn't I invited? I asked playfully. But at the same time meant it. Our foursome was pretty inseparable, and I loved that I had such good friends now. Real, authentic friends, but I was a bit peeved that I'd been excluded from their little gathering. Cass kneeled up on the bed and straddled the quilt. Threw her head back and rocked her hips repeatedly. Ah. Romeo, ugh, shit. I'm Romeo. Lexi scampered behind her, slapping her arse and pushing forward, imitating doggy style. Do you like it? Mole? Tell me you like it. Fuck, yeah, she screamed. I threw my hands over my face to hide my complete mortification, and they all broke out in fits of giggles. Cass piped up first. We did knock on your door, darlin', but after the animal noises we heard coming from y'all, we thought we'd leave you to it. Sounded like some fucking hot sex. Ally put her arm around my neck and kissed my head. Ignore these two. But just so you know, the walls in this place are real thin, and although I'm your friend, Rome's my cousin, and I never want to hear him doing things like that. Lexi snorted. She was laughing so hard, rolling around on the bed, holding her stomach. I contemplated running. As I turned for the door, Cass dived off the bed, threw me over her shoulder, and dropped me down amongst the sea of throw pillows, tooting and shaking her head. We're messin' with you, Malls. We're all getting some. It just seems you're getting more than others. She winked and popped her finger in her mouth, phallically. Please, can we not talk about this? I whispered, and then chewed on my lip to the point that I tasted blood. Leave her alone, guys. Ally sat on the end of the bed. Cass and Lexi sprawled on either side of me. What's up, nympho? Cass lilted, flicking her tongue against her teeth suggestively. I couldn't help but crack a smile. I slapped her on her arm and faced Ally. Romeo's parents have invited us to dinner tomorrow. They want to meet me, officially. Ally rubbed at her forehead, complete desolation on her face. Shit. Not the reaction I wanted. Romeo didn't want me to go, but I think it'll be a good thing, don't you? You know, improve relations between us. It won't. Ally stressed. Mole, they're not good people. You've seen a little of what they're capable of. Do yourself a favor and back out. Don't go. Be happy with Rome without their interference. Jimmy Don told me they're real hard work, girl. You and Rome are good. Don't spoil it, Cass said seriously, tapping my hand. I'll have to meet them eventually. Why not now? Ally jumped up and began to pace. Because you invite them in and they'll make sure they get you right out. She walked over and squished herself beside me. This stays in this room, right? She stared pointedly at Cass and Lexi, who nodded in agreement. Her fingers pushed at her temples and her face morphed into an expression of deep anguish. I never wanted you to hear this from me. I don't believe it's my place, but I feel this will help you decide the best thing for you both in Meeting the famed Prince Tycoons. I swallowed in apprehension. I've never known parents could hate their child, you know? Folks are meant to idolize their kids, but they don't. They hate him something fierce. He never does things right in their eyes. When he was a kid, he'd make a silly mistake like dirtying his clothes or displease them in some stupid way. And his daddy would go completely crazy at him, give him the belt, and put him in his room. They'd hit him a lot. He'd be grounded for weeks, on his own for weeks, a tiny little kid isolated and told how much he was disliked. Over and over until he just seemed to go numb, reverted in on himself. My daddy has never forgiven himself for what Rome had been going through, and none of us knew just how much. My folks and I moved to Birmingham when I was real young, so I only saw him on occasion, but every visit he looked worse and worse. Anyway, that kinda treatment lasted right until he came to college, but their claws are still firmly in. He can't break free. It's been a tough life for him, and if he don't marry friggin' Shelley Blair. Well, she trailed off, eyes shining. Gathering her composure, she held my hand, pleading with me. You, Molly Shakespeare, are a big ol' fork in their road. You going to dinner, I guarantee, is not a get talk know you. If I'm right, it's a chance to get you gone from his life, permanently. They're bad, bad people. Don't go, promise me. Don't put Rome through it. He needs you more than I think you realize. I swallowed in foreboding. Flashes of his father's hard strike against Romeo's face danced across my mind, and Ally's words of warning circled in my head. They're not good people. But I put them aside. If Rome's parents could just understand we wanted to be together, his life would be that much easier. I had to try, for him. I sucked it up. They won't scare me off. Cass slapped my back supportively. Atta girl. Stick it to the fucking rich bastards. Ally regarded me seriously, ignoring Cass. I sure hope that's true, 'cause it'll kill Rome to lose you, girl. He won't lose me, he means too much to me. Ally's lip wobbled. Molly, please, don't go. I'm actually begging you now. No. I have to go, have to try, for him. So they can finally let all the Shelley shit go and just let us be together. It's like a dark cloud constantly over our heads, waiting for them to strike. I know Romeo thinks about it constantly. It has to friggin' end. I shouted. She nodded passively, opening her closet, and began rooting through her mass of designer clothes. Well, if you insist on going through with this clusterfuck of a dinner, we'd better make sure you dress right at least. We wanna give them as little ammunition against you as possible. Chapter 17. Romeo had yet to speak. He'd been scarily silent the entire journey to his parents' place. I shifted over the seat, draping my leg over his, and laid my head on his shoulder, staring up at his somber face. He gave me a troubled smile and dropped a kiss on my hair, gripping tightly to my exposed thigh. Ally and the girls had helped me get ready, and I was wearing a black 3/4 sleeve, tight Valentino dress that stopped just below my knees, black stiletto heels, my hair flowing loose in dark curls fixed up at the sides by ornate grips, and diamond studs in my ears. Romeo wore black slacks and a button-down white shirt. I'd never seen Him so formal, and he looked about as uncomfortable as I felt. "I want you to listen to me, okay?" he announced emphatically. I nodded and gave him my full attention. "They will probably pick on anything they can tonight. Viciously. Whatever they say, don't let it get to you. I'll protect you. If you need to leave at any time, for whatever reason, we go, no ifs or buts. But promise me you won't let them hurt you." His voice held a note of desperation. And his eyes were clouded with some unknown, indescribable emotion. "I promise." "Then why do I have a feelin' that I'm about to lose you?" I couldn't take his sorrowful look. "Pull over." Romeo didn't hesitate and the wheels crunched on gravel as we pulled to an abrupt stop at the side of the road. I moved to straddle his lap, combing back his shaggy blonde hair with my fingers. "You will not lose me." He didn't look convinced. "I can't, Mole. You mean so much to me. Do you know that? Do you realize how I feel about you? How much I need you? Because I do. I know I don't say much about my feelings, but, I. Shoo, you don't need to do this." Love hit me like a meteorite crashing to the surface of the earth, and I had to bite my lip to stop from falling apart in his arms. His eyes dropped and a stifling sadness washed over the cabin of the truck. "Romeo, you've given me a reason to be happy. I haven't been okay for such a long time. You've brought me back to life. Do you know that? They're not good people, baby. I know you don't believe me, but there is no way tonight is about anything other than asserting their power over me. It's always about that." His head fell to my chest. "They're never gonna let me go, never gonna just let me be happy with you. They'll do something, they always do something, to ruin my life." His body jerked and he tried to scoot me off his knee. "We're going home. We're not doing this shit." I braced my hands on his shoulders and pressed down with all my strength. "Yes, we are." Romeo's arms locked around my waist and we just stayed still, gathering, calming, and soothing our frantic nerves. Eventually, he lifted his weary head, his stony, cocky facade almost successfully hiding the little boy lost that was simmering under the surface. Almost. I sloped forward, kissing him sweetly, and I basked in the scent that was all him. With a final hug, I shuffled back to my seat, and sighing, Romeo turned on the ignition. We pulled back onto the quiet country road and I laughed. Without humor. "What?" he asked stiffly. "I'm the naive Juliet Capulet, risking it all to have dinner with the Montagues." He rolled his eyes. "Juliet wasn't fucking foolish enough to risk that. They just ran away and got married. Instead, good plan. But my version of Juliet decides that meetin' her mortal enemy will help our cause. We'll soon see if that's true, but I want it noted right now that I think this a fucking stupid idea." I hated seeing him so apprehensive. He cleared his throat. "One thing's definitely the same, though." "And what's that?" "That I feel for you what Montague felt for Juliet." He intertwined his fingers with mine. "I'd give it all up for you too." I laid my head back on his shoulder, watching through the windscreen as the tired sun dropped low in the sky. I took a deep breath and smiled to myself. Nothing his parents could say or do would drive me away. Nothing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Romeo and I climbed up the steep stairs of the huge, sprawling white-columned plantation house, still clasping each other's hands. Mine were trembling, but Rome didn't say anything. He just kept tight hold. We reached the door and he turned to me. First, you look gorgeous, baby. Thank you. Second, remember what I said. Don't let them hurt you. No matter what. I crossed my heart with my finger, and just as he went to knock, the door flew open to reveal Romeo's ultra-glamorous 50-something, blonde bobbed-haired mother. Wearing a red twin-set suit and pearls, clutching an extra-large whiskey, the strong smell nearly making me retch. Her ruby-red lips curled into a cruel snarl as she stared at Romeo, completely neglecting to acknowledge my presence. You're late. Romeo stiffened. Mother. Always a pleasure. Mrs. Prince grimaced in disgust. Shame the same can't be said for you. She turned and, obviously well intoxicated, stumbled on shaky feet to a tall archway on her left. Romeo inhaled slowly, eyes closed in meditation. I could tell this kind of treatment was nothing new. His reaction said it all. When he looked down at me, I smiled reassuringly, but I had to stop gritting my teeth. I was furious. We followed in the direction of his mother, and when we rounded the corner to a huge black and white ornate grand parlor, Mr. Prince stood next to a large coal fire, awaiting our arrival, wearing a perfectly tailored gray suit. I immediately felt uneasy in his company. Mrs. Prince joined her husband, and Romeo's father straightened, placing his hands in his pockets, almost mockingly. There was no greeting, no warm embraces, just coldness enough to make me dither from head to toe. Mr. Prince flicked his chin at Romeo. You kept us waiting on our invitation for dinner tonight, boy. Not acceptable. Romeo shifted on his feet. I thought I might have had practice. I didn't, as it turned out. I got back to you as soon as I could. Mr. Prince looked affronted. Well, lucky for us, he lilted sarcastically. I don't know why you still waste your time with all that football nonsense anyway. We both know you won't be going into the draft. My eyes fixed on Rome in surprise, but the tightening of his jaw and his lack of response were the only indicators that his father's words had any sort of impact. Mrs. Prince rang a bell before Romeo could respond, and she gestured towards the luxurious bronze sofa. Why don't y'all sit down? She slurred. Rome and I moved woodenly to the couch, his hand clutching mine tightly, refusing to let go. Within minutes, a maid dressed in traditional black and white monochrome attire stepped in the room. For Bollingers, Mrs. Prince ordered, a sharp edge to her command. The elderly maid bowed and left the room. Mr. and Mrs. Prince moved to sit opposite us on an identical sofa. So, Molly, isn't it? Mrs. Prince asked bluntly. I nodded. Yes. Her top lip curled on what appeared to be a disgusted snarl. I hear you're a transfer? Yeah, I arrived to complete my master's earlier this academic year. And you met Rome, how? I turned to Romeo and smiled. He cast a glimpse at me from the corner of his eye and squeezed his hand holding mine. We met on the first day of classes. Romeo smiled and leaned forwards, pressing a tender kiss to my head. Best damn day of my life. Well, Isn't that sweet? Mrs. Prince said. Insincerity coating each word. Romeo and I snapped our attention back to his parents, whose matching scowls showed they were not impressed by our little show of affection. The elderly maid re-entered the room, breaking the awkward moment, carrying our drinks, and proceeded to hand us each a glass. I quickly took a sip when no toast was made, and Mrs. Prince finished hers in one long swig, topping up her scotch from the large bottle in front of her on the table. So, Molly, I suppose you're aware of Romeo's plans after college? Mrs. Prince asked. With football? I answered, slightly confused by the strange tone in her voice. Romeo's parents laughed loudly with patronizing expressions. Absolutely not. We're talking about his duty to take over the family business, Mr. Prince lashed out coldly. Daddy, Romeo warned. She needs to know, Rome, he responded with a sneer. I could see he was building up to something. She needs to know that you won't have time to continue your player lifestyle. Leave it. Romeo snapped, this time with much more force. I won't do this with you tonight. Mr. Prince's face deepened to a scarlet flush at Romeo's reprimand, and the tension became stifling as father and son stared each other down. I cleared my throat. May I use your bathroom, please? I needed some space, needed to take a moment to calm down and brace myself for the rest of the night. Romeo fixed me with a worried look, breaking his glare at his father. I'll show you where it is, baby. We stood and headed out of the room without looking back, leaving his parents muttering to each other on the couch. As we entered the expansive hallway, I froze mid-step. Unbelievable. Romeo spat, his free hand clenching into a fist. Shelley was entering the house, wearing a tight black dress, skyscraper heels, and a cunning grin on her face. Romeo tensed. What the fuck are you doing here? Shelley gave a small wave and stopped right before us. Romeo, darlin'. Your mama invited me to see you tonight. My stomach dropped and disappointment took hold of me. They had set us up. Romeo and I watched as Shelley sauntered through the parlor into the welcoming arms of the princes, then all three of them turned their attention onto us. Romeo's mother stood proudly behind Shelley with a cruel smirk on her overly botoxed face, all fake pleasantries now completely gone. Romeo stepped forward, his taut muscles bunching under his shirt. How dare you do this to us? Do what? Shelley is family, and Molly needed to be informed of a few things that may affect your little relationship, Mr. Prince said with a calm voice. Romeo recoiled. Don't start this shit again, and while you're at it, treat Molly with some fucking respect. Mr. Prince exaggerated a regal bow towards me, a derisive smile on his lips. Your Majesty, how is the Queen? Shelley and Romeo's mother laughed at his actions, and my scalp prickled in humiliation. You invited us here for dinner, to meet her, why? Hurt laced every note in Romeo's voice. Was it all bullshit? Was your plan to rip on her the minute she walked through the damn door? Mr. Prince snarled. Why the hell would we want to meet a gold-diggin' whore, let alone entertain her at dinner? She probably struggles to even use cutlery, she's so friggin' poor. Shell's told us a lot about your girlfriend. I didn't flinch, trying to seem unaffected. I wasn't sure if it was working. Mr. Prince laughed at my silence. Tonight was an intervention. We had to get you to bring your new titbit before us somehow. A dinner invite seemed best. So, now you're here and we have your attention. You'll do as instructed and end this charade immediately. Send your little British slut on her way, preferably back across the Atlantic. Romeo stumbled. You invited us here to break us up? Christ, this is extreme, even for you. His mother laughed and her fully replenished amber drink splashed over the edge of her glass. Molly here needs to know that her scheming won't work. She met my gaze. Leave him alone. You have no idea who you're taking on, do you? Shelley is engaged to Rome and some trailer trash. Nothing will not get in the way of that. It's been arranged for years. Her cold eyes were beyond scary. I always get what I want, darlin'. You just remember that. I'm not engaged to her and never will be. Screw your fuckin' fortune, I want nothin' to do with it. Romeo clutched my hand and pulled me towards the door. I watched his mother storm towards us, and as Romeo swerved to see what had caught my attention, she raised her hand and smacked the back across his face, the crack of skin-on-skin contact causing me to cry out and cover my mouth. You insolent child. You dare speak to us like that after everything we've given you? You're the worst thing that ever happened to this damn family, you ungrateful piece of shit. You never get anything right, do you? Always screwing things up, and bringing that into our lives is the worst to date, she shrilled, pointing her finger extremely close to my face. Take that back, Romeo said through gritted teeth as he protectively blocked me with his broad body. Mrs. Prince brought her red manicured hands to her mouth and snorted. Or what, Romeo? You gonna hit me? Your mama? You gonna hit a girl? Enough. Romeo's father barked, silencing the room. He walked forward and put his hand around Romeo's shirt collar, dragging him close. Romeo just let him do it, adopting a blank look in his eyes. You ever speak to your mama like that again and I will end you. I won't discuss this any further. Quit fucking the girl and get on board with what's happening. Your one fucking purpose in this life is to do as we say and do your duty as a prince. So do it. And stop being such a pig-headed asshole. His voice was deep and sinister, demanding Romeo's complete obedience. Mr. Prince threw Romeo back towards me and I had to brace myself to stop him knocking me down to the floor. Romeo righted himself and put his hands on my face, checking that I was okay. I wasn't. I don't think anyone would have been after getting attacked in such an abhorrent way. He saw my pain reflecting back at him and with a moan, he wrapped me securely in his embrace. His worst nightmare had just come true. Romeo faced his parents. I'm through with y'all. I choose Molly. I choose to not be in this fucked up life anymore. Jesus Christ. What more can you do to me? You're the worst fucking people I've ever known. I'm your only son and you can't stand me. He stepped slightly forward, imploring his parents to listen. Have you ever even loved me? Ever just once felt anything for me? Mr. and Mrs. Prince looked at each other and cracked up, their cackles echoing around the grand room. I was convinced I just witnessed the personification of pure evil. His father stepped forward. How can anyone love You? How can anyone love a stone in their shoe? You're just one giant disappointment. But you will do your duty to this family, regardless. We'll find a way to make you see reason, you mark my words. Shelley shuffled on the chaise longue, unable to hide her discomfort at the whole scene. At least she didn't seem as vindictive as his parents, more like a clueless pawn in their scheme. Romeo took my hand and I almost cried out loud at the constriction of his fingers around mine. We're leavin'. The biggest disappointment of your life is out for good. Romeo yanked me with him and I risked a look back over my shoulder and saw the unbridled rage on his parents' faces. Come back here, boy. This is not the end. Mr. Prince screamed. Romeo didn't stop, and I had a feeling we'd just fanned a very dangerous flame. We burst through the doors and Romeo pulled me to the truck. He opened the door and practically threw me in, and I watched as he vaulted in beside me and spun his wheels down the driveway. Droplets of water splashed on my pale hands that were braced on my thighs, and when I lifted my shaking hand, I found tears mixed with black mascara were pouring freely from my eyes. Romeo radiated tension. He never once looked at me as I slowly sank into desperation in the soft black leather upholstery. Romeo, I whispered. Not now. God. Just be quiet, he snapped as his eyes crinkled in pain. I flinched and curled myself against the window and away from his anger. He'd warned me, Ally had warned me. I didn't listen. Had ignored the truth. I had witnessed his father attack him. But I never imagined that Romeo had lived with that. Endured years of cruelty and violence like that. My shoulder pressed hard against the metal car door as Romeo made a sharp right and I noticed we were heading to the creek. I just wanted to go home. I wanted to forget the whole night and figure out what the hell to do next. The gentle flowing creek came into view, almost silver in the dusky twilight, and I was surprised when we didn't stop. We drove about a mile farther down the road, deep amongst the cotton fields, when a small, one-story dark wood log cabin came into view. The truck skidded to a hard stop and Romeo wrenched his door open and stormed into the cabin, flicking on a low light. Crashes and smashing noises ensued. I stayed motionless in the Dodge. I didn't want to go inside. For the first time ever, Romeo's outburst scared me. I didn't believe he'd hurt me, but I also didn't want to be around him right now. He was more unpredictable than I'd ever seen him before. My head fell in defeat against the cold windowpane. And I stared at the millions of stars in the dark sky. I always felt small and insignificant in the vastness of the universe. Not tonight, though. No matter how small I knew our problems were in the grand scheme of things, I couldn't help but replay over and over what happened only minutes prior. Good God, I'd never known anything like it. The princes hated Rome. His parents genuinely loathed him and they seemed almost proud of that fact. They hit him, threatened him, and verbally tore me to shreds. How did he cope with that all of his life? I may have had a difficult time losing my family, but I knew love, unconditional love. I was never mistreated. Life for Romeo must have been an absolute living hell. Guilt cascaded through my body when I thought of how he'd spent endless weeks helping me, telling me I was brave and strong and coaxing me out of my shell. When in Reality, it was his strength that was inspiring. He needed the support. As time passed, the night grew eerily silent. I knew that I needed to be with him, to comfort him, show him I hadn't given up, and tell him, at long last, just how much I loved him. Chapter 18. The rickety cabin door creaked open, the tiny room boasting uneven stained floorboards, an old worn brown sofa, and a dusty two-person table as its only features. Romeo was on the farthest side of the small, dusty room. His head was flush against the wall and his shirt was untucked, sleeves folded to his elbows, and the collar was still askew from where his daddy had wrenched it aside. I knew he'd heard my entrance as his back muscles bunched. I shut the door, and when I turned around, Romeo was fixed my way, animosity distorting his beautiful face. "You should never have made us come here," he shouted, my body jumping at the volume and intensity of his words. "I warned you. I told you they weren't happy about us, but you didn't listen to me. You told me it'd be okay, that they would see us together and realize what we meant to each other. But no. Instead, you agreed to your own fucking execution. Christ, Mole. The way they treated you." I let him pour it all out. I didn't say a thing, but held my head high and allowed him to vent. Marching towards me, he stopped only feet away. "I told you they hated me, that they would hate you too. We set ourselves up for a fall, and now I've lost you. You're leaving me, aren't you? Rome." I could have stopped it, should have. I knew what they were capable of, and still I trusted that you could handle it. But I saw your face in there, Mole, you fucking checked out on me. I held out my hand, placating him. "I don't care about what they said to me, but I care about what they are doing to you. Why do they hate you so much, Romeo? There has to be a reason." That was beyond brutal. What kind of parent hates their child for no reason? I wrapped my arms around my waist, feeling cold with sorrow. "Your mother, the way she hit you, how could she treat her only son that way?" Romeo's rigid fingers clawed through his messy hair. I could tell he was fighting against telling me something. Eventually, he reached forward, grasping my shoulders in desperation. "Because I'm not hers," he screamed so loudly that I felt ringing in my ears. What? "Because I'm not hers. You wanted to know so badly why they hate me. Well, that's why." "No," I whispered, softly. He released me from his hold and rubbed his hands down his face, pacing on the old worn yellow rug. "Mama was barren. The fucking bitch was barren. The one thing she needed to be able to do as the perfect wife was breed, and she couldn't deliver, couldn't give the great Prince Oil Tycoon of Alabama an heir. Oh my God, Rome. They couldn't adopt, 'cause that would be an embarrassment, right? They couldn't get a surrogate and risk all of Tuscaloosa knowing that she was unable to have kids. But, hey, fate decided to intervene just in time. My heart broke with every heartbeat, listening to Romeo crumbling in confession. I couldn't speak. I felt helpless to do anything but watch him unload years of crushing burden off his chest. One of my daddy's many paid whores turned up on their doorstep, pregnant with a child she sure didn't want, but was willing to hand over at its birth to his biological father, for a good price. My heart plummeted. Yeah, mole. It was me. My father got a private paternity test and I was the fucking heir to his fortune. The whore had one stipulation, though. They had to keep the name she'd given me. She wanted control, to play some sick twisted game with her most frequent customer. Probably pissed that she would never be more than a fuck to him. My name was a lifelong reminder of where I came from, and my mother despised it, despised me on sight. Romeo, I surmised. Romeo. He scratched his fingers across his dark, stubbled chin. So there you have it. I'm the illegitimate child of my father's slut on the side, but they had to have me, didn't they? The fact of the matter was my father wanted to keep his assets in the family. He was expected to have children. An heir. My arrival ensured that could still happen. They paid for the whore to have me in secret. Then my folks disappeared for a year, off on some bullshit cruise, and they returned with a new baby, and of course, the great billionaire's lies were believed. Seeming a lot calmer, Romeo rested against the back of the sofa, head drooping low. My mama fucking hates me. I'm a livin', breathin' reminder that my father was a cheat. But that's not the only reason they're like this. They expected a docile, obedient child, who, when they said jump, would ask how high. But not their letdown of a son. Right? I ended up being freakishly good at sports and I had my own mind and own dreams, unacceptable for a prince. How dare I? How dare I want something for myself? After they'd so selflessly taken me in and reminded me every minute of every fucking day that I was the product of a paid fuck. Beat me until I couldn't even hold a football, let alone throw one. If you're injured, you can't play, right? So my daddy made it a frequent thing, a father-son weekly tradition. And no one helped you? Figured it out? I asked through my tight throat. He laughed darkly. Who's gonna take on a powerful billionaire and question why his kid flinches whenever someone touches him? I sniffed and tried to soothe the acrid burning in my lungs. Romeo's entire tough guy persona was disintegrating before my very eyes. Then to make it worse, their failure of a child is expected to enter the draft for NFL, twice, and was forced to say no, to sacrifice his dreams just in case people found out he's not really Catherine Prince's biological pride and joy. The mass of skeletons must be locked up real tight. Romeo stood before me, arms wide and humiliation evident in his stance. So there you go, mole. That's why my parents hate me and why my being with you has just added to their already mountain-high disappointment of their beloved fucking son. I stepped forward cautiously, righting his collar with my trembling hands. That's why everyone calls you Rome, not Romeo, why you hate it so much. It reminds you of your past. He watched my every action with timid eyes. Yeah, my birth mama said if they didn't keep Romeo, she'd go to the media, expose the story, and they couldn't have that, so they agreed, reluctantly. Had her sign some contract to keep quiet. He laughed without humor. What the hell kinda name is Romeo for the prized son of the wealthiest family in Alabama? My folks always called me Rome in public, but in private, I was Romeo. They used it as a taunt and curse. Romeo the whore's son, Romeo the non-returnable bad gift, and they never, ever let me forget it. I pressed kiss after tender kiss to his lower throat. Where did she go, your birth mother? Probably back to whatever hole she crawled out of. Romeo, I watched his face contort as he pushed me back out of his arms. You're gonna leave me, aren't you? I knew I'd lose you. I just knew it. Who's gonna put up with my parents' shit? I'm not worth everything they'll put you through if we stay together, am I? The grief was heavy on his features and he slumped on the old brown sofa that was placed in front of a grimy unlit fire. Hot tears streamed down his cheeks and his wide shoulders shook from the force of the heavy sobs. I'd never seen him cry. It nearly killed me. I joined him on the sofa and wrapped him in my arms, while he cried with his head on my lap. I cried with him. I cried for the little boy who didn't know love. I cried for the little boy who'd lost his childhood, and I cried for the man who had so much to offer the world, but had been held back by the unyielding bonds of his abusive and manipulative parents. When he'd come to quiet weeps, I gathered Romeo's face in my hands and forced him to look at me. Romeo, I love you. I love you, he whispered over and over. Eyes wide and frantic, the pads of his thumbs smoothing over the dampened apples of my cheeks. What? My heart leapt to my throat. Romeo shifted position and scrambled to his knees, pulling me to him as he fell back, laying me on top of him. I love you. I love you beyond anything I could have ever imagined was possible. I careened forwards, my chest smooth against his, our two hearts beating a maddening rhythm, and confessed, I love you, too, babe. I love you so, so much. His distressed eyes widened. Baby, you do? Even after I'm not going anywhere. I came in here to tell you that. I was in the truck, listening to you hurting, and I knew that I had to be with you no matter what, tell you that I'm never going to leave you. But my parents. Yes, your parents tonight were something else, but they won't ever chase me from you, from loving you. We're star-crossed, Romeo. Interfering parents come as part of the package. I winked jokingly. A tentative smile drifted onto his bruised lips, the action transforming his troubled face. I feel stripped bare right now, like someone has ripped open my chest, and all you're seeing is a mangled heart held together by jagged scars. I pulled apart his shirt, button by button, and kissed along the path of his heart. He expelled a groan and I pressed my lips against the hot, bronzed skin. No one has ever known what they're really like behind closed doors. I've never told a soul. You were a big OL brick through their glass fortress tonight. I could see the panic in my daddy's eyes. You could destroy everything they've worked so hard for. I traced the outline of the tattoo on his ribs. As bad as that was, I'm glad I was there, that I now know what you cope with. We can't erase the secrets and marred memories of our pasts, but we can build the next chapter of our lives together. Silent tears fell on his cheeks. Mole. Shoo, I laid kisses along his sternum, onto his torso, lapping over the hard peaks and into the deep valleys. I pushed the open shirt away completely and unfastened the top of his slacks. I risked a glance at Romeo, and his eyes were burning, savagely glowing as he glared down at my Seductive act, his dark irises untamed and wild. The stiff zipper came down easily, along with his boxers, and I stroked along the summit of his thighs. I needed him more than air. Seeing him bared before me made my mouth water. I edged forwards, delicately licking along his length, and Romeo's head snapped back on a roar. That was all the encouragement I needed. I took him in my mouth and his hips soared, his hand finding purchase at the back of my head as he pounded his pelvis back and forth. I felt empowered. I felt in charge. And I loved how I was bringing him to his knees. Fuck, mole. Your mouth, he hissed, and I hummed in satisfaction, the vibrations affecting the pace of his thrusts. I hooked the waistband of his jeans with my fingers and pulled them off his muscly legs, dropping them to the floor, only to bend down once more to rain wet kisses down his muscly thighs and calves. I engulfed his hardness again in my mouth, my teeth scraping his skin from root to tip. He groaned and stilled, wrapping my hair around his fists. Romeo Prince had snapped. Stand up, he ordered forcefully. I immediately stood and watched as he ripped off his open shirt and came before me, naked, excited, and emitting pure power. Gripping my shoulders, Rome spun me around and in one swift movement, tugged the zipper of my dress down to my lower back, the garment loosening and dropping to the floor in a wrinkled heap. One of his hands snapped my bra as the other untied the ribbons on the side of my black panties. All of the silky material covering my modesty floated to the floor along with all the hurt and pain of the night. On a throaty groan, Romeo propelled me back onto the couch, his hot palm pushing on my chest as he moved between my legs. I didn't tell you to suck me. Shakespeare. You know you need to ask permission first. His eyes tightened and I knew what he needed. He needed to take back control after his parents so brutally stripped him of his pride. Now it's my turn, he announced and latched his mouth hungrily onto my core, his tongue lapping in relentless circles, sucking me hard into his mouth. The instant pleasure made me lurch uncontrollably off the sofa. Grip my hair. I did as he ordered as flutters of ecstasy danced along my skin. Pull it. Mean it. I yanked it hard, earning a satisfied grunt. It didn't take long to make me come, and I pulled on his hair as I fell apart against his mouth. Warm hands ran up my overheated body to my waist. And Romeo used his incredible strength to flip me on my stomach, turning me so my chest was flush against the backrest, Rome's wide frame now looming behind me. He clutched my hair and guided my lips sideways to his awaiting mouth, kissing me thoroughly, letting me taste myself on his tongue. Romeo's thigh moved between my legs, wrenching them apart, and in one hard thrust, he filled me. I flattened against the soft material, my body immobilized as he drummed himself within me, each drag of his length extracting a loud moan. Romeo orchestrated our frantic lovemaking exactly how he saw fit, rough, hard, but filled with pure love. Tell me you love me, he thundered. My eyes rolled as I bit my lip. I love you. I love you. So much. He moaned loudly and took me even harder. I wasn't going to last. Tell me you'll never leave me. I couldn't speak through the heady storm of desire and my hands fisted the old cream throw that now lay beside me. He stopped dead, and I tried to move to feel the addictive pleasure once again. Romeo held me trapped in a solid vice. Minty breath whirled past my ear as Romeo's hands pressed on the headrest, his chest weighing down on my back. Do as I say or I won't give you what you want. What I know you need from me. Romeo. Stop it. I protested in desperation. His taunting laugh caused my skin to prick. Do it. You. Get me, he hissed through grinding teeth, yanking on my hair. Arg. I snapped, thoroughly frustrated, my body screaming at the interruption. I flashed a glimpse over my shoulder and his jaw clenched at my bad attitude. He wasn't going to relent. My forehead hit the cushion in defeat. Yes, I friggin' get you. Without warning, he slammed into me and murmured. You do get me, baby. You're the only one to ever understand. You're the only one to ever know. He didn't stop, his pace faster and rougher than ever before, the closeness of his skin causing friction along my back. Tell me you'll never leave me. I'll never leave you. Exhaling a guttural grunt, his hands palmed my breasts. And he rolled the buds of my nipples between his fingers. You'll never run. I'll never run. Promise me. I promise. I shrilled as his hand dropped between my legs, massaging my sex. Romeo. My orgasm slapped through me like a bolt of lightning, shattering me into a million pieces, leaving me feeling weightless and weak. Romeo's mouth sucked on the skin of my shoulder, marking me as his, before he thrust into me twice more, filling me with his warmth. I lay slumped over the soft cushion as his nose dragged lazily up and down my neck. I love you, baby, he whispered and hauled me tightly into the protection of his chest while we caught our lost breath. Romeo Prince was a human kaleidoscope. He fucked me like he hated me, but his adoration and love was never too far from the surface, and I couldn't imagine him in any other way. We stayed sated and still for several minutes before I shivered at the evening chill blowing in through the cracks in the aged timber walls. You cold? He asked softly. A little. With a final kiss to my temple, Romeo pulled out of me and lit the fire with a box of matches left on the fireplace. I lay back on the sofa, thoroughly exhausted, and watched as his beautifully tanned body gleamed with the after effects of our tryst. I marveled at the way his hard muscles bunched and flexed with every movement he made. Romeo turned in my direction and caught my blatant staring. Holding out his hands, he twirled a full circle, adopting a cocky smirk. Take in the temple, baby. Worship at my feet. I giggled and launched a musty red cushion at his head, which he quickly dodged, pretending to be pissed off. As he stalked towards me, he shook his head. Little Molly Shakespeare, don't you know better than to poke at a wild animal? I take it you're the wild animal in this scenario? He pursed his lips, the small, angry welt from his mother's backhand standing proud on the tender flesh. Oh, you have no idea. I'm legitimately feral. Towering over me, Romeo moved to lay above my limp body, losing his veil of darkness and letting in the light. I brought him to my lips with gentle hand on his nape, and his body heat instantly warmed me. Freeing his hand from our embrace, Romeo reached up and took the cream patchwork throw quilt from the back cushion, laying it over us both, bundling me in his arms as I traced his Alabama tattoo with my fingernail. Are you okay, baby? I asked quietly. Hard muscles tensed for a fleeting moment before he croaked, I will be. I have you. I rested my chin on his chest, meeting his dark eyes. Noticing the sadness leaking through. You chose me. The sadness melted into happiness, a contented smile on his lips. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I blushed. Have your parents ever been nice to you? He shook his head and tipped his chin to stare at the ceiling, fighting the difficult memories, I was sure. I reached up and took his hand in mine. It always worked. When he did it to me. He rolled his head to the side and cast a broken grin my way. Were you ever happy? Shaking his head, he whispered, no. Are you now? Completely. I finally know what it is to love and to be loved. But I'm scared as all hell that it'll end. My folks won't give up that easy. I'm staying with you. Do you swear that to me? I swear. I love you. I'm yours. Romeo brought my hand to his mouth and kissed every digit. So what now? Football? Greatness? World domination? He shrugged. I guess so. What do you want, Romeo? What do you desire most? From life? You. No really, baby, what do you want? It's there for you. To take. He sighed, lowering his gaze. Just you, baby. You feel like home to me. I crawled on his waist, tucking my head against his neck. You have me. All of me, for as long as you want. Really? I've got you forever? 'Cause I pretty much just cut myself off from the only family I have. Romeo, you're my family. You're it. You and my crazy friends are my entire reason for being. How can you not know that? 'Cause I can't believe it's true. It's you and me, Romeo. Tensing, he asked, but what'll happen when I get drafted? What if you go to a college across the country? Or even outside the States? You never talk about your future with me and I worry about it all the damn time. Now I have you, I can't imagine letting you go. I kissed his lips, running my tongue through the small gap to meet his. We'll figure it out as we go. Truth was, I hadn't thought that far ahead myself. Rome's hips lifted, his hardness towing languorously between my legs. Okay, we'll make things work. No matter what. Romeo. You're staying with me in here tonight, in front of the fire. What is this place anyway? The old slave house. My eyes widened. The what? He huffed out a laugh. Relax, baby. It's been refurbished since then, or at least cleaned up some. I stayed out here a lot when things got bad back home. My parents never came by. It's kinda my real home in a way. Romeo's hips rocked harder and my stomach muscles tightened. Then yes, I'll stay the night. I pressed his arms flat onto the couch. Can I lead? Just this once? He shook his head slowly, controlling Romeo coming back out to play. No. But nice try, Shakespeare. Suddenly I was rolled over, Romeo's heavy weight pressing down on my naked body, causing me to yelp. With a playful bite on my ear, I was braced on my knees. Don't worry, baby, I'll take care of you. Chapter 19. 3 months later. So we leave for Oxford on the Friday and you have the option to stay for either 1 week or 2. We present on the Tuesday and then we need to edit, draft, and finish all that fun stuff before we submit it for publishing, if it's Approved, fingers crossed. I'll be in the UK a few weeks, but you have your studies here and a huge grin lit up Susie's crinkly face. You have your young gentleman friend to get back to. His sporting good luck charm, I hear. I blushed and dipped my head. Yeah, I'll probably be there only a week if that's okay. The Tide is set to make the SEC championship in a few weeks' time, and if they win, there's the BCS in. I shot off my chair and ran to the wastebasket and vomited in gut-wrenching heaves. Susie came behind me, rubbing my back in soft circular motions. I took her offered tissue and wiped my mouth, rolling onto my backside and pressing my hand to my head. Ugh, I feel rough. Susie eyed me worriedly. Are you coming down with something? You seem to have been off for the last couple of weeks. I think so. I've been vomiting for the past few days. It must be a stomach bug or something I've eaten. I thought. The chicken I ate a couple of days ago tasted funny. It's probably that. You work too hard, Molly. You're burning yourself out. Take the rest of the day to sleep and feel better. Yes? Come back fighting fit and we'll tie up the loose strands of this sodding paper tomorrow. I'm not going to argue with that. Thank you. Susie helped me stand and I instantly felt queasy again, swaying on my feet. Is there anyone I can call? Your roommates? Perhaps. Your young man? I shook my head and leaned on her desk for support. No, a wave of nausea crashed through my stomach again and I practically dived on the floor and gripped the rubbish bin just in time. Dear me, Molly, Susie said with her hand on her chest. I reached into my pocket, retrieved my phone, holding it out without lifting my head from the bin. Can you call Cass? I know she has classes near this building. She'll come and get me. Absolutely. I'm worried about you. You look very pale. I took an exaggerated breath through my nose and leaned back against the cold wall for support, closing my eyes. Bloody great. Woo, girl. You look like Grouch from Sesame Street. I cracked open my closed eyes. I take that back. You just look like shit. I forced a smile. Hey, Cass. She bent down, scooping me in her arms, and set me on my feet. You still feelin' sick? I frowned. It just keeps coming in waves. I say we get home now before it comes back. On it, girl. My truck's out front. Cass called ahead and Lexi and Ally were in my room. When I arrived, equipped with Advil, Alka-Seltzer, Pepto-Bismol, and hot and cold towels, I couldn't help but giggle at their efforts. Lexi came over and hugged me. You okay, Molly? Just a stomach bug, guys. No biggie. I walked to my bed and climbed in, already feeling better, surrounded by all the comforts of home. I've left a message on Rome's phone, Ally informed. You didn't have to do that. He's at all-day practice. Anyway. Then he'll get it when he's done. She reached for a cool towel, laying it over my forehead, and all three of them piled on the bed with me. So what movie we gonna watch? Lexi asked. I plan on sleeping, I announced as I pressed my fingers to my throbbing temple, eyes closed. Well, we're staying put in case you need us, so we'll have to choose one for ourselves. Cass began tearing through my DVD stash in the basket at the foot of my bed. Okay, thanks guys. I propped myself up against the pillows, inhaling deeply, nausea fading. Ally leaned on her elbow next to me, her Spanish eyes apprehensive. Bugger, I knew that look. What now? I groaned. Shelley's been talkin' shit again. Had to be. What's she saying now? That she's been spending all her free time with Rome's mama and daddy and that she's having Christmas with them, and with Rome, without you. It's bull. He hasn't even spoken to any of them since their little messed up intervention a few months ago. We're gonna spend Christmas together, here, no family drama. Just us, in case he has to leave for the national championship in California. Ally laid her hand over mine. My parents wanted to know if you would like to come to our house in Birmingham. Really? Y'all should have family around at Christmas and they love Rome like a son and already feel like they know you from everything I've said. My daddy despises Rome's folks and they want to show you that not every prince in Bama is whacked. I swallowed the lump currently caught in my windpipe. We'd love that, Ally, thank you. It's been so long since I've had a real family Christmas. She beamed a big smile and clapped joyfully. Awesome, I'll let Em know right away. I pulled the quilt back and flicked my legs over the side to go to the bathroom. You feeling sick again, Malls? Cass asked, bracing herself on the floor to jump and help me. No, actually, I feel great. In fact, I'm starving, so hungry that I could eat a bloody horse. I turned to walk into the end suite when Cass shouted back, if I didn't know y'all better, I'd say you were pregnant. Puking 1 minute, hungry the next, that's exactly what my sister was like. The three of them giggled as Cass wolf whistled at Tom Hardy's bare-chested fighting scene in Warrior. I stilled, intense panic seeping into the pit of my stomach, and I grabbed the bathroom doorframe for balance. No. I couldn't be. I turned slowly, my hands shaking and reaching to cover my mouth. Lexi noticed my strange behavior first and launched off the bed. She put her thin arms around me, but I couldn't move. I was frozen with fear. What's wrong, honey? You feelin' faint? Sick? My eyes glossed over as I tried to think of my last period. It was the night of the game against Texas A&M. Romeo was pissed we couldn't have celebratory sex, so we had to get inventive. Cass and Ally perched on the end of the bed, eyes glued to me in apprehension. How many weeks ago was the game against Texas A&M? I asked, panic lacing my voice. They looked at me as though I'd thoroughly lost the plot. When was it? I shrilled frantically. Ally grabbed her iPhone and flicked open the calendar app. 5 weeks ago. It was 5 weeks ago, she rushed out. My legs collapsed and I slumped to the floor, my shins chafing on the carpet. Oh my God. Cass, Lexi, and Ally gathered around me, eyes wide and darting confused glances to one another as I sat in the middle of them, having a complete meltdown. Molly, what's happening? What's wrong? You're scaring us. Is this one of the anxiety episodes you said you can get? I couldn't speak from fear. How do we help? Should I run and get Rome? I looked at Lexi, unseeing, and whispered, I'm late. All three of my friends furrowed their brows and Cass asked, late for what, darlin'? No, I'm late. My period is late. Silence filled the room and 3 mouths dropped open. I jumped to my feet, unable to sit still. I couldn't be pregnant. I was on the pill, which could fail, and I'd had non-stop sex for the last few months. Shit. I began to pace. I'm a week late, a week late. How have I not noticed? I should have come on days ago. I've been so stressed, what with school, the project, and the football, shit. I'm never late. I'm like clockwork. I've never missed a pill. What if? Last month. I stopped breathing. Last month, my period was practically non-existent. I thought it must have been due to stress, but what if? What if? My hands fell to my stomach and I skimmed along the skin from side to side, stupidly thinking it would be bigger if I were with child. It wasn't. It was still flat. But of course it would be. I'd only be a month, or maximum, a couple months along. I looked to my friends, who were stone statues on the floor. What if I'm pregnant? I released a loud sob and darted to my bed, lowering myself down, and stared out of my balcony doors at the blue sky, my brain trying to shut out everything, switching to emergency lockdown, my go-to move in times of extreme stress. But it wouldn't switch off this time. I was pregnant, I just knew it. The girl with no family was going to be a mother, at 20, with an equally, if not more, damaged guy, whose family hated her, and wanted her gone from his life. Salty tears spilled onto my lilac bed sheets and I heard the bedroom door click shut. Lexi and Cass sat next to me and took each of my hands in one of theirs. Ally's gone to buy a pregnancy test. She'll be back in 10 minutes, Lexi soothed. Pregnancy test. 10 minutes. In just over 10 minutes, I would know the truth. I nodded numbly and Lexi dropped down before me. Whatever happens, we'll get through this, Molly, I swear. You're not alone and Rome loves you more than anything. He'll support you all the way. Don't shut down, trust in the people who love you. Romeo. Romeo, a guy who has more family issues than me. Romeo, who is destined for big things. Romeo, who no doubt will not be happy about a baby. A baby. There could be a baby, a tiny defenseless baby, in my stomach. I felt sick again. I raced into the bathroom, locking the door, and dry heaves tormented my empty stomach. After they subsided, I dragged myself off the floor to stare at myself in the mirror. My eyes were red from the incessant convulsions and I looked terrible. I tipped my head back and removed my contacts, slipping on my tortoiseshell Chanel frames and putting my hair in a high messy knot. I looked like Molly, pre-Romeo, pre-sex, pre-possible pregnancy. My cheeks were pale and sullen and my lips were bleached white with shock. Unable to settle, I drifted to my full-length mirror, lifted my t-shirt, and stared at my stomach as if it were an X-ray revealing the truth of my condition. It was no different from 15 minutes before. I turned on the cold water tap, splashing water on my face until the skin was numb to the touch, and when I opened the door, Ally was sat clutching a plastic pharmacy bag. I held out my hand, but she pulled me to her chest, hugging me hard. "It'll be okay," she said in a quiet voice. I took the bag robotically and walked back into the bathroom, locking the door. It took me 20 minutes before I could bring myself to do the test, and I left the offending white stick on the vanity, walking back into my room to await my judgment. Cass's timer on her phone dinged, and with every chime, my heart thudded louder in my chest. Supportive hands held on to me, and the four of us stared at the vanity and the little white stick that was the source of so much tension. After 5 more minutes, Cass cleared her throat. "You want me to look? I can't sit here looking at the damn thing anymore." I closed my eyes. In for 5, out for 5. With a resigned sigh, I nodded and watched as Cass picked up the stick. Her back was to me, there were no telltale signs, no hunching of shoulders, gasps of shock, or sighs of relief. When she turned, her face was blank. She made eye contact but revealed no result. She slowly crouched before me, taking my hand, and whispered, "You're pregnant, darlin'. It's positive." Time stopped still, the world stopped turning, and my heart ceased beating. I stood on shaky legs, having no idea what to do. What do you do when you realize you have a little person growing inside of you? One that was 10 years too early? One that was completely unplanned? I didn't get too far. My legs gave way as I passed by my sheepskin rug, and the floodgates of anxiety opened. I couldn't breathe through the crushing waves. 3 sets of comforting arms embraced me and whispered soothing words, attempting to calm me down. What am I going to do? I cried into someone's hair. Ally stroked my head, her eyes spilling over with tears. I don't know, honey. My head snapped up. I'm going to have to get rid of it, and I don't know if I can do that. Romeo has to play football to get away from his parents. I'm meant to be focusing on becoming a professor. I can't do that and be a mother. Pure fear ran down my spine. A mother. I can't be a mother. I never had one. How am I meant to be one when I don't even know what one is? No one showed me how. Cass shushed me. Molly, calm down. You're getting too wound up. It's not good for you, and it certainly won't achieve anything. Loud cries ripped free from my chest, and I crumpled on the floor, laying my head in Cass's lap, and that's when I heard rustling outside and footsteps landing on the balcony. Mole? Mole! What's wrong with her? Romeo. Somebody stood. Rome, calm down, okay? It was Ally. No. What's wrong with her? Mole? Romeo's voice was urgent. Is she sick? Why isn't she answering me? I got your message and came straight over. No. She's, was it Shelley? Has that bitch? It's not Shelley either. Then what's wrong? Al, for fuck's sake, move out of my way. Cass and Lexi scattered. Romeo lifted me in his strong arms and carried me to the bed, laying me down and pressing me protectively to his chest. Romeo's nose tucked into my hair and he cupped my cheek, forcing me to look at him. I wiped the tears from my eyes and noticed that his face was beautifully conflicted, worried, sad, supportive. He leaned forward and kissed away 2 stray tears. Baby, what's wrong? I couldn't speak, so I just stared, trying to anticipate his reaction. He abruptly swerved his head to the bottom of the bed, barking, "Will somebody tell me what the fuck is going on?" Rome, Molly needs to tell you. We'll go, give you some time to yourselves, Ally said calmly. Each of my friends walked over and kissed me on my cheek before leaving the room. I sat up, my chest jerking erratically from the aftershocks of my meltdown. When the door closed, Romeo pulled me on top of him, searching my eyes. Baby, please. Tell me what's wrong. You're scarin' the shit out of me. I curved forwards and kissed him tenderly. I love you, Romeo. I love you, too, he answered back, and I smoothed the confusion from his lined forehead with my hand. Mole, I've been feeling off for a few days, I confessed, interrupting whatever he was about to say. His eyes narrowed. Why the hell didn't you tell me? I found out today why. And, what's wrong? He pushed tersely, his patience waning. He groaned and pulled me closer. Christ. You're what, Mole? I'm pregnant, I said, barely loud enough to hear. He went motionless, color draining from his tan complexion, his fingers digging into my skin. You're pregnant? He rolled me over so he was on top and asked me again with more urgency. You're pregnant? Tears pricked at my eyes, but I focused on holding them back. Yes, I'm pregnant, Romeo. I'm pregnant with your baby. He retreated, resting his backside on his calves, and raked his hands through his hair with his eyes tightly closed. I watched him like a hawk, trying to figure out what he was feeling. After minutes of suffocating silence, I didn't think it was good. I'll make an appointment to see a doctor. I'll just get rid of it immediately. Dark eyes sprang open, disappointment in his chocolate glare. You'd kill our baby? Anger wrapped me tightly in her embrace. Don't get all high and mighty on me now. I don't need to hear any moral shit. I'm trying to do the best thing for both of us. I'll cope with whatever I have to do. If that means having an abortion, then that's just what will have to happen. It doesn't mean that I want to go through with it. Panic swelled in his eyes. Then don't, baby, please. Gettin' rid of it can't be what you fucking want. I don't know what the hell I want. Romeo bent forward and ran his lips back and forth over mine, his hands gently holding the sides of my face. Well, I do. But, Jesus, I was shocked. I'm still shocked, but that's our baby in there. We made it together. Never breaking my gaze, he shuffled down my legs, lifting up my white t-shirt, opened the waist of my jeans, and kissed butterfly caresses along my stomach. And it's not goin' anywhere. Promise me. I have real strong feelin's about this, Mole. Don't destroy our God-given angel. Tears flowed like a waterfall once more. Promise me I have a say in this. Don't have an abortion, please. I dropped my head, my feelings a jumbled mess. I promise. He crawled back up my body and pressed his mouth to mine. I clasped my arms around his neck and in seconds, he rid me of my jeans and panties. Rome reached down and snapped open the fly of his jeans, sliding into me slowly, keeping his soft mouth working against mine. Romeo, I whispered, clinging helplessly to his shoulders. I love you, Mole. I cried as he made love to me carefully, showing me without words that we were in this together. Rome's movements grew faster, and I gripped onto him tighter until we found our mutual release. I languidly traced the blades of his back. That's the softest you've ever made love to me. It felt so different. I pressed my forehead to his. I loved it. Romeo's hand caressed my stomach. You're carrying precious cargo now, baby. I need to be more careful with you both. He tucked his head into the crook of my neck and we simply held each other. Romeo reared up his chest and pecked my cheek, smiling. You look like my old mole with these glasses and your hair like that. The girl I looked at months ago, on her hands and knees, cussin', in that fuckin' hot accent in humanities block, wearin' neon orange shoes, and I knew, without a shadow of doubt, that she would one day be mine. He ruffled my bun and fixed me with a completely adoring expression. One day, I goaded, stroking his tattoo on his hip, and his eyes sparkled in response. I always wondered if one day I'd have a family, if I'd ever be happy enough with someone, with myself, to have a child. My gut wrenched at his pain and I pulled in a panicked breath, thinking about the enormity of our situation. Romeo, I don't think I can be a mother. We haven't had normal families. We have no idea how to be in a normal family. How the hell can we bring up a child? We're far too young. What do we have to offer a baby? He sighed. Something we never had. He shuffled and tugged me to face him. Listen to me. Together we can do it. Together we can do anything. We can be good parents. But you're football, so what? I'll get drafted in April and you'll come with me, with our son or daughter. You can still do your PhD and achieve your dreams. We can have it all. Just please, don't destroy our child, our first child. Rome, I whimpered. A finger over my mouth silenced me. I could have been destroyed, but my birth mother didn't. She had me. I'm here because she chose me, even if she didn't actually want me. Yeah, my family did a real number, but I got through it and it led me to you, my smart English girl, the girl that saved me. The girl who showed me how to love. I ran my hand over his stricken face. Your parents will think I've done it on purpose to trap you. His lips tightened and his expression hardened. I don't give a fuck what they'll think. In fact, I've no intention of ever telling them. I was serious when we left their house that night. I'm done with them. You're my life now, you're my everything. You and our baby. I held on to my boyfriend until my tears of fear, shock, and immense love ran dry. When Romeo rolled away, he stripped us completely of our clothes, laid me under the covers, and wrapped his arm around my stomach, whispering sweet words of love and caressing the home of our baby. Chapter 20. Are you nervous? I asked as I wound my hair around my finger. Romeo pretended to bite his nails and then squeezed my knee, smirking. More like a mixture of nervousness and excitement. He tucked me in closer with his arm that was securely around my shoulders. We see our baby soon, he whispered excitedly. Rome gripped my hand tightly. I knew he was more anxious than he let on, but was feigning a breezy attitude purely for my easy-to-freak-out benefit. The last several days had been nothing short of surreal. It took us a few days to really wrap our heads around the fact that we were pregnant. We were pregnant. Romeo had made sure that I always said it that way. He reminded me at every opportunity that he was in, 100%, and it was a team effort. My friends, after accepting that I wasn't going to have a major baby-based meltdown, let themselves be excited for us both, if not understandably a little concerned, and promised to keep the news to themselves. I also informed Professor Ross, who was, let's just say, shocked, actually, that was putting it mildly, but she'd been a pillar of support and was trying to help me figure out a way to continue my academic studies after the baby was born. Other than that, no one else would know until we were out of the first trimester, and I couldn't hide it any longer. Life was suddenly crazy, but being pregnant wasn't as scary as I'd originally thought. I'd made an appointment with the OB/GYN and, due to my mother's complications in her pregnancy, which ultimately resulted in her death, I was told to come in immediately for a thorough checkup. Romeo dipped into his trust fund, paying for only the best doctor, so unlike most mere mortals, we would probably see our baby a lot earlier than normal. Romeo and I were sitting in the sterile waiting room surrounded by heavily pregnant women of all ages and screaming kids crawling around our feet. That was enough to scare the crap out of us both, and by the amused looks on the other parents' faces, our fear was evident. I was in the middle of giggling at Romeo, who was staring at a little boy in the midst of a full-blown toddler strop, whispering, "Jesus Christ," under his breath, when I heard my name. "Molly Shakespeare?" A young, plump nurse called out to the room. I held up my hand. "Yes, here." She smiled kindly. "If you'd like to follow me this way, please, the doctor will see you now." I inhaled, looked at Rome, and grimaced. He laughed and patted my leg. "Come on, Shakespeare. Nothin' to be afraid of." "Yeah, right, 5 seconds ago I thought you were ready to throw yourself out the window to get away from the high decibel whines of that kid." He just floored me with his persistence. But if he were mine, that wouldn't happen. "It'll be easy." I snickered in his ear. "You're dreaming if you believe that, but at least you do have an easy time at the birth. You're not the one that's going to have to push something out the size of a watermelon through a gap the size of a coin." Laying his hand on his heart, he said, "I'd do it for you if I could, baby." "Ha! Sure you would." Discreetly squeezing my arse, Rome ordered, "Get in there, mama-to-be, and quit stallin'." Romeo took my hand and we followed the nurse into a typical medical room: desk, patient bed, guest plastic chairs. The nurse handed me a blue gown. "Slip this on, darlin', and the doctor will be straight through." She left the room and I walked to the curtained-off changing area. Romeo stood too. I laid my hand on his chest. Where the hell do you think you're going?" Putting his hands flat on my back, he proceeded to push me forward. "Comin' with you." I slapped his hands away. "Get back over there." How embarrassing. They'll think something is going on. Rome's lush mouth went to my ear and he ran his hands down my waist, just seductive enough to earn an eager sigh from my throat. "Get in there, Shakespeare, shut up talkin' back to me, and let me undress you." My eyes closed involuntary, his attitude making me more turned on than ever. Then again, pregnancy seemed to be having that effect on me. I'd had him in more ways than I could remember in the last week. Romeo pulled the curtain shut and began stripping me of my jacket and jeans with lust in his eyes. When I was naked before him, he pressed a soft kiss on my lips, neck, and finally on my stomach before standing and helping me fix my gown. "You're going to be an overbearing nightmare for the next several months, aren't you?" I teased as I traced his lips with my fingertip. He shrugged, sucking the digit in his mouth. "I just want to make sure everything's all right with you and the baby." I kissed him chastely and slid back the curtain, only to see the middle-aged doctor sitting and waiting for us with an amused grin. The good doctor, at least, tried to hide his mirth as I blushed. He stood and held out his hand. "You must be Molly." "I'm Dr. Adams." "Nice to meet you, Dr. Adams. This is my boyfriend, Romeo." Romeo held out his hand and the doctor's face brightened. "Nice to meet you, Bullet. I'm a big fan, season ticket holder." The doctor looked to me again. "And I recognize your face, Miss Shakespeare. The good luck charm that's going to help Bullet here lead us to the championship again. Of course, football. We were in Alabama after all." Romeo wrapped me in his arms. "She sure is. Thank you, sir. Any news on the draft?" "Seattle Seahawks are dying this season. Their quarterback was forced to retire early through injury, and you're a sure win for first draft." Romeo glanced sideways at me, apprehension evident on his face, and he fidgeted on his feet. "I know as much as you, sir, but from what I've been hearin' from my coaches, Seattle is a big possibility for me." I frowned. Seattle was a possibility? He'd never even mentioned it to me. "Please sit." Dr. Adams gestured for me to follow him, breaking me from my inner thoughts. I scooted up on the bed and Romeo sat beside me on the chair, gripping my outstretched hand. The doctor studied his chart. "So, you're pregnant?" I could see a flicker of surprise in his blue eyes. Yes, Romeo Bullet Prince had knocked up a girl. How cliché. Yeah. I took a test last week and it was positive. In fact, I took 4, all different brands, all telling me that I'm well and truly up the duff. Dr. Adams raised his eyebrow, cracking a smile at my Britishism. Romeo pursed his lips to stop from laughing along with him. "Okay, well, we'll run a few tests today and give y'all an ultrasound to see how far along you are. You think maybe around a month? If my calculations are correct, yes. But I had a really light period last month, so I'm not too sure. It's normal to spot bleed at the beginning of a pregnancy, so you could be further along. Let's get started, shall we?" The nurse took my blood, checked my vitals, weight, etc., and eventually we were ready for the ultrasound. I lifted my gown and the doctor took a scary-looking wand from a machine. "This may be uncomfortable, but it'll help us get a better idea on how far along you are. We need to give you a transvaginal ultrasound because you're still in the early stages." I looked at Romeo and grimaced. He nodded at me supportively and I melted watching how he was practically on the end of his seat in anticipation. I gave his hand a squeeze and he kissed mine with a small, anxious smile. "Okay, you two, let's meet your baby." Dr. Adams inserted the plastic wand and I flinched at the uncomfortable sensation. That was quickly forgotten the minute a grainy picture popped onto the screen beside us. At first it was just a blurry, foggy storm of nothing, until he maneuvered the device and we heard it, the heavenly rhythm of a small beating heart. Something flickered on the monitor and there it was, our baby, nestled snugly in my womb, about the size of a kidney bean. Any fears I had dissipated with every melodic thrum of my baby's tiny heartbeat, and Romeo clenched his lips tightly as a single tear dripped slowly from his eye. I lifted my thumb and stroked it away, loving how much he wanted this child, wanted us. At that moment, I became a mother, and by the odd look on Romeo's beautiful face, he became a daddy. Dr. Adams tinkered with the machine and smiled. Everything looks great and it measures as though you are, about 8 weeks along. 8 weeks. Dr. Adams pressed a button and a picture came out of a printer, and he handed me the square piece of film that held the image of our little angel, the endearment Romeo had begun to call our little son or daughter. I stared, I couldn't stop staring at the small, black-and-white picture. Romeo leaned over me and kissed my head without saying a word, his throat clogged with emotion. "You can get dressed now, Molly, and we'll see you again in about 2 months unless you experience any problems we discussed, and then you need to come straight back." "Can we find out the sex then?" I asked quickly. "Hopefully." Dr. Adams stood and shook our hands once more, tapping Romeo's back. "Congratulations, son, I'll see you at the SEC Championship in Georgia and Roll Tide." Romeo gripped his arm in a manly way. "Roll Tide." And with that, the doctor left the room. Silence stretched between us as the significance of what had just happened sank in. I handed Romeo the picture and guided my legs off the bed. Romeo reached out for me, helped me down, and crushed me tightly to his chest. "Romeo, what? Thank you, mole. Just, thank you." Chapter 21. Bloody hell, Angel. That's just scared the absolute crap out of me. "You'd better not be that difficult when you finally make your arrival," I announced, as I lovingly rubbed my stomach. I decided to be proactive with reading up on all things pregnancy, and that little idea had just backfired. Majorly backfired. I was definitely going to have nightmares about forceps and afterbirth. I threw down my copy of What to Expect When You're Expecting on my desk like it harbored some contagious flesh-eating disease and walked out onto the balcony, leaning over the railing, admiring the beautiful green of the lawn and the clear blue winter sky. Things had calmed down since I'd completed my research for Professor Ross's academic journal and the final philosophy papers had been graded for this last semester. I'd actually spent time with Romeo and it had been nothing short of perfect. Lots of things had happened of late. Romeo had practically moved into my room, still climbing up my balcony like my personal Romeo Montague, causing the sorority girls to turn green with envy. The Crimson Tide football team had won their final game against LSU to place them in the SEC Division Championship, and they were the firm favorites to head for the BCS National Championship. And even more amazing, Romeo Prince, the love of my life, had been recently ranked as #1 quarterback in the country. I was so unbelievably proud of him, although he still cringed when I told him so. Oh, and I was at peace now with being a mother. I was going to be a mom. I was shaking my head with an unbelieving smile, when Ally came crashing through my bedroom door, out of breath, and her brown eyes frantic. "Molly, Rome's just had a fight at practice. He's practically killed Chris Porter." "Who the hell's Chris Porter?" "A wide receiver for the Tide and Shelley's new fuck buddy." I pulled on my brown boots and snatched my black winter jacket off the coat stand. Where is he? Ally was practically prancing at my door, desperate to leave. He's lost his shit and is tearing the gym apart. You need to go see him. You're the only one who can calm him down. I ran out of the door and down the main set of stairs. What happened? What caused him to go so mad? I asked hurriedly as we burst through the doors into the crisp, cool breeze of Alabama winter. She threw her hands in the air. I have no idea. Cass called me to get you. Your phone was going straight to voicemail. I switched it off so I could concentrate on my reading. I took off running towards the gym, when Ally grabbed my arm and pulled me in the direction of her red Mustang. I'll drive. It's quicker. We jumped in and I anxiously bit my nails, wondering what the heck could upset him so much. He'd been better lately, less angry, less aggressive. I blanched. Do you think someone said something about the baby? That it's got out somehow? Ally's eyes crinkled in thought as she pulled out of the road. No, who would tell? Anyone who knows wouldn't say a damn thing to anyone. Cass hasn't even told Jimmy Don. I sighed and rubbed my temples. I know. Where are Cass and Lexi? At the gym. Cass was meeting Jimmy Don there to go for food when Rome went psycho. Lexi was with her. Apparently, Austin and Jimmy Don tried to calm him down, but he went for them too. The coach had already left the building, so they locked the door and left him to get it all out. He's fucking lost it if he's going for his friends. 2. I watched the clock tick around slowly on the dashboard, each second taking an eternity as we raced down the roads to the gym. When we arrived, a crowd had gathered outside, and all eyes fell on me as I jumped out of the car and sprinted over to Jimmy Don, Lexi, and Cass. Thank Christ you're here. Jimmy Don cried, his usual smiley face stricken with panic. I grabbed Cass's arms. Where is he? What's happened? Her expression was dumbfounded. Hell if I know, girl. Austin said the coach said something to Rome in private and he started shoutin', goin' all crazy, and when Chris Porter made a stupid joke to him over something, he lost it and started poundin' on him. The team took Porter away to clean him up, he's a mess. I held my stomach, fighting back the nausea. Jimmy Don, where's the gym? Taking my hand, he led me through the crowd of gathered students who were whispering and staring at me as I passed. We went through the double-door entrance and raced down a corridor to find Austin with his thoroughly inked arms crossed over his chest, leaning against a shut door. When he heard our footsteps, he tilted his head back and sighed in relief. Thank fuck, Molly. Is he in there? I pointed to the door. Austin nodded. He's not in a good place, Malls. Be careful. I tapped his arm in reassurance and opened the door to utter carnage. Mats, footballs, and weights were scattered on the floor, the high-tech workout equipment littered with debris. Romeo had trashed the gym and he sat, drenched with sweat, shirtless, wearing black gym shorts, slumped on a bench, head in his hands. The door clicked to a close and his head snapped up at the sound, glaring my way. When he saw it was me, he leaned back against the wall, letting out a long groan, arms on the back of his head, staring at the ceiling. I tentatively walked over. When I was only a few feet away, he snarled. Guess who's hosting the fucking SEC Division Championship dinner 2 days after we get back from the game in Georgia? My stomach plummeted. Oh no, baby, it's a fucking joke. They've never given a shit about football my whole life, and now they suddenly volunteer to host the biggest dinner of the year, at the plantation. It's a fucking trap to get us there, mole. I held out my hands, and he edged backwards off the bench, away from my embrace, as though he were scared to touch me. It cut me like a knife. I noted the blood on his knuckles, his burst lip, and yellowing left eye. Romeo, you need to calm down. Half the college is out front, you've beat a teammate to a pulp, he fucking deserved it. He started spoutin' shit about you, to me. He had a fucking death wish the minute he opened his stupid mouth. I don't care what the hell he said about me. Look at the state of you. You're acting insane. He taunted me with a dark laugh. My parents have staged this whole thing. Remember last time, the way they attacked us? This is just a more elaborate trap. They knew I'd never go back voluntarily. Coach has agreed to it. They've already invited the governor, mayor, and a million other boosters who've all eagerly accepted. They made sure the college couldn't refuse. Fuck. He kicked a gym ball that flew across the room, crashing loudly into a treadmill. I moved to sit on the bench, out of his destructive path, and watched as he paced furiously around the room. We're not goin'. There's no fucking way you're goin' to them in your condition. I sighed, rubbing the bridge of my nose. You have to go, Romeo. You and I both know that you're getting MVP of the season. The Tide is probably going to the BCS Championship, and this dinner is to get your team ready for that. If it makes you feel better, I'll stay at home. No, he screamed. No fucking way. Why shouldn't you be there with me? The college needs to change the venue, fuck my parents. I know them, mole, something is going on. I just know it, and I won't have them destroying my family. I'm over their mind games. His expression morphed from anger to hurt as he stormed towards me, dropping to his knees and laying his head on my lap, his arms wrapping like a harness around my waist. If they find out about our little angel in there, fuck knows what they'll do. I can't lose you both. He pressed a kiss to my slightly rounded stomach over my cream, flowing top. I massaged his head with my hands. Romeo, I understand why you're like this, but it's one party, with hundreds of people around. They won't do anything so publicly. They wouldn't want the embarrassment. I'll stay by your side the whole night. They won't have a chance to get to me. You'll protect me, I know you will. As he showed his face, now slightly calmer, I took my old pink rose hanky from my pocket and dabbed at his eyebrow, stopping a small trickle of blood. Romeo caught my wrist, dusting a kiss on my pulse. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if they hurt you or our little angel, baby. I cupped his cheeks, my fingers splaying around his ears. Nothing will happen. Water misted his beautiful cocoa eyes. Why do they always have to interfere? We're doing so good. You're healthy, our baby's going strong, and the Tide's the clear winner of the SEC Western Division and heading to the national championship. Then they come in with their plottin' and schemin', ruinin' my life again. I'm tellin' you, it's all rigged. They're plannin' somethin'. Somethin' big. They're powerful people, Romeo. The party won't be moved. We need to go and put on a united front. You need to be a leader for your team. He nodded in agreement and glanced away. You really lost it. He licked a drop of blood from his lip. Coach knows about our situation with my folks and came to give me a heads up. He tried to change the venue, but the decision came from a higher suit. I fucking freaked. I lifted his knuckles, laying my hanky over the marked skin. I don't like it when you lose control. You need to be better than this, Romeo. I don't want to have to worry about your temper, especially when the little one arrives. His lip hooked into a cocky smirk. What? I love you. That won't get you out of my bad books. Look at the state of this place, of you. I said with a firm prod of my finger on his washboard stomach, my insides instantly griping as I slowly trailed it down to his thin line of hair leading south. Romeo loomed closer, pressing his thick thighs against mine. I want to fuck you right now, so bad. I lifted my heavy golden gaze. Not here. And not until you promise me that you'll never act like this again. His pupils dilated to almost cover his bright brown irises. I'm all riled up and need a release, the kind that only you can give me. I dropped all playfulness. I mean it, don't ignore me. My child won't grow up with a daddy who can't control himself when things go wrong. He nodded curtly and I knew that sentiment resonated with him. You get that, don't you? I affirmed. I get it. It stops now. I won't be anything like my daddy with our angel. I promise you that. Romeo regained his lust-laden expression and leaned in towards me, kissing up my neck and around the outer shell of my ear. We're going to the cabin. I'm gonna strip you down and you're gonna do everything I say, until neither of us can stand. You get me? My head fell on his shoulder. Ugh. Fine. I get you. It was easier to do as he said, especially when he was going full-blown Romeo Alpha on me. His need for control was palpable and my traitorous body responded to every strict word from his plush and skillful mouth. He drew back with a smug grin and knew he had me where he wanted me. He lost his smile. I'm gonna make sure you're protected at the party, baby. I know you will. I held out my hand. He took it and sat next to me on the bench, pulling me to his lap, calmly breathing in my scent as I wrapped his long dirty blonde locks around my fingers. It's déjà vu, you, cut up and bleeding and me, cleaning you up. But let's not make this our thing, okay? Romeo managed a weak laugh. Last time, I promise. I'm gonna change. No more cleanin' up my messes. Scout's honor. You were never a scout, Romeo. I giggled. I joined, my head snapped up in shock. Really, you did? But I was kicked out for fightin'. I rolled my eyes. Why am I not surprised? He bit my earlobe and mock growled when the door cracked open. I lifted my head and Ally was there, peeking through a small gap. I waved her through. Cass, Lexi, Austin, and Jimmy Don followed after, shutting the door, and moved to sit before us on the wooden gym floor. Romeo heard their heavy feet and saw that we had company. I laid my head on his shoulder, entwining his hand in mine, the touch relaxing us both. "You okay, Rome?" Ally asked softly, her hand touching his foot. He shook his head. "My mama and daddy have manipulated the university into hosting the dinner at their plantation a couple of days after the SEC championship." "Shit!" Ally hissed, and the others sighed. They all knew what his parents were like. Romeo brushed a kiss to the center of my forehead and looked to Austin and Jimmy Don. "I need you guys to help me keep them from Mole." "You got it, Bullet." "Don't need to ask. It's as good as done." Romeo met my eyes, asking for permission to tell them about the baby. I relented. They were his friends, they should know why he took the news today so badly. Romeo placed his hand on my stomach. "Guys," I freaked out. "'Cause we're pregnant." I glanced nervously at Austin and Jimmy Don and watched the shock register on their faces. "No one knows apart from us. She's only a few months in, but my parents don't know and I won't have them anywhere near, causing her or the baby stress." Austin stood, somewhat stunned, and slapped Romeo's hand. "Congratulations, Bullet. And you know we got her back. You're both important to us." Jimmy Don did the same and laughed. "Hot damn, Bullet. You go from not dating at all, gals throwing themselves in heaps at your feet, to making your first real girlfriend the envy of the entire female student body, and you knocked her up too? You're killin' me, man. Killin' me." He then scooped me up in his arms and twirled me around. I held my stomach. "Jimmy Don, I'm going to puke if you keep going. I'm still struggling with morning sickness, which just so happens to last all bloody day." Grimacing, he set me on my feet. "Sorry, darlin'." Bending, Jimmy Don kissed my hand. "Congratulations on your lil' baby. You'll make one hell of a sexy MILF." "Thank you. I think." Romeo's arms wrapped around me from behind. "She's not only my first real girlfriend, man, she's the reason I fucking breathe." Lexi and Ally awed, watching Rome hold me close, as Cass pretended to stick her fingers down her throat. Jimmy Don took off his Stetson and fanned himself, shouting, "You're killin' me, man. Killin' me." Rome slapped him on his back, laughing at his antics. "We're headin' out for the night. I need to get away from all this shit. We'll catch y'all tomorrow." Romeo clasped my hand and headed for the door. "Romeo, you're shirtless," I complained, almost tripping over as I stared at his lean figure. He simply shrugged. "I plan to be naked in about 40 minutes for a minimum of 12 hours, so what does it matter?" "Great. Do you realize how many people are out there? How many girls are out there? So fuck. I'm yours. Let's go." Chapter 22. SEC Championship, Georgia Dome, Georgia. I can't go out there into that. I screeched as Cass and Ally tried to push me to our seats. The 70,000-seat stadium was packed to the rafters and the noise was ear-splitting under the closed roof. Cass put her hands on my shoulders and gave me her reprimanding expression. "If you don't kiss Bullet when he runs out, it's not only his parents who'll be gunning for your blood. We wanna beat the Gators." You owe it to the fans. I dragged my fingers down my face, and Ally yanked them away. I spent hours on your look today. Don't spoil it. My hair was down, curled, full of product, and my makeup was flawless. I sported my lucky Prince No. 7 jersey and my cowboy boots, but I was pretty convinced that it was all a waste as pure fear rendered me motionless. The Tide was ranked No. 1 but was playing the Florida Gators to decide who would be going to the national championship against Notre Dame in California next month. I peeked around the corner and gulped at the wall of red-clad supporters and then to the jumbotrons showing the Tide's successful road to the championship. I couldn't help but melt when Romeo, either moodily swearing at a mistake or happily jumping about in celebration, played across the screen. Then I looked up. Oh my God! There are flying cameras. I can't do it. I'm going to be sick again. With a determined nod to one another, Cass and Ally each linked an arm through one of mine and pulled. I saw the cheerleaders run to the respective teams' tunnels and knew the guys would be announced soon. I dug in my heels and Ally groaned, reaching in her pocket. She pulled out a small note. Rome anticipated you'd do this, considering you've been almost mute since we got off the plane, and gave me this. Use this as a last resort. Bugger. I loved his notes. I unfolded it and it read, "Baby, get your ass out in the stands and stop freaking out. I need my sweet lucky kiss to win. This isn't a request. I love you. Your Romeo X." I sighed, tucking the note in my pocket to take home and join all the others in my secret trinket box. Ally and Cass had huge grins on their faces. "Well played, Romeo, well played," I muttered to myself. I threw out my hand just as the introductions came through the speakers. "Lead the way, you traitors." They laughed at my reluctance, reeling their arms in mine, and we walked to the pitch side and towards our seats. As if the Tide fans weren't loud enough already, one look at me walking past had them going positively insane. I sat down and tried to ignore the thunderous booms of shouts my way. The fans were euphoric and the cacophony of music from the band only added to the craziness. Pyrotechnics sounded and Alabama was announced, followed by the Florida Gators. The players flooded the pitch, a tapestry of crimson, white and blue, and I rubbed my hands together with nerves. I knew the focus would be on Romeo. He was first draft potential and that came with some serious hype. He'd had a stupid amount of publicity over the last few weeks, interviews, press, TV. I'd normally be hidden in the back somewhere, well out of sight. I watched the big screen studiously and trailing at the back of the team, gripping his helmet, was Romeo. The crowd began stomping their feet in the stands when he ran out waving, and then the chant started, the Gator fans booing in response. "Kiss, kiss, kiss, kiss." Romeo broke through the curtain of players and jogged in my direction. Cass leaned in, slapping my cheeks affectionately. "Showtime, Mama." I couldn't take my attention off my boyfriend as he stopped pitch side and crooked that bloody finger at me, flashing me a hungry, cocky smirk. I stood on shaky feet, trying to ignore the flash of cameras and the orchestra of cheers and boos. I took the steward's hand as he guided me to the field and walked to Rome. I stood before him as he savored my very polished appearance. "Hey, mole. Hey, you. You gonna give up that sweet kiss?" if that's what you want. It definitely is. We never changed the script, Romeo's superstitions making sure everything was exactly right for every game. He moved in and just before his luscious mouth met mine, I whispered, "Nice move with the note, you bastard." He chuckled against my lips, thrusting his tongue through my barrier and stroking it back and forth in long, smooth caresses. I gripped his hair, the real world drifting away, and his hands grabbed my ass as he hoisted me up to straddle his waist. The crowd seemed to enjoy that. I moaned in his mouth and he broke away on a breathless groan. His head pressed against mine. "I love you." I stroked his cheek with my finger. "I love you, too." As he lowered me to the floor, he subtly smoothed along my stomach with his hand, swallowing as he met my watery gaze. "I'll play for you both." Turning, he ran back to the pitch, and as always, I wobbled all the way back, absolutely head over heels for my quarterback. That had been 2 days ago. The Tide had won the SEC championship and the night we'd been dreading was fast upon us. Romeo arrived through my balcony earlier that afternoon and had never left. His anxiety levels were through the roof and mine, consequently, weren't faring much better. The dress code for the evening was white, so I was wearing an empire waist white maxi dress to hide my slight bump, with silver, flat sandals. Romeo was in a crisp white suit with the required crimson tied tie. He watched me move about the room from his perch on my bed, while I combed my long hair, applied my pink lipstick, and hooked my silver chandelier earrings in my ears. When I was ready, I walked to the bed and gently straddled his legs, his hands moving to grip my backside. He was looking at me so lovingly that it broke my heart, his fear shining through like a bright warning beacon to the shore. "You look beautiful, baby. Being pregnant definitely suits you." I smoothed down his crimson tie. "You look very handsome too." He tilted his chin for a kiss, which I obliged. I gently touched his head with my own. "You okay?" "I will be when tonight is done and I never have to see those people again. I can't wait to go to Birmingham with you for Christmas and be away from their poison. Remember, it's only one night." "I know." His arms dropped from my behind and he began lifting up my floor-length dress, his hands seductively skirting over my thighs. "Romeo," I warned. Rome's eyes sparkled as his hand dropped to his fly, releasing his hardness without removing his trousers. I closed my eyes as his fingers pushed my panties aside, running along my hot center, and in one quick thrust, he was inside me. "Ride me," he commanded with a strained voice. I shifted so my knees were balanced on the mattress, and Romeo lay flat, watching as I gently rolled my hips back and forth, creating a deep, sensual rhythm. He'd never given me full control, ever. In our entire time together, he had always led our lovemaking, and I was distracted as to why he was doing this right now. I bent forward and placed my hands on his broad chest, losing myself in the pleasure. "You're so fucking beautiful, baby," he said with a raspy voice, his cocoa eyes conveying his apprehensive feelings. I bit my lip and tipped back my head. "Romeo, I'm here, mole. Just take control. Show me how much you want me. I do want you. More than you'll ever know." His fingers gripped my bare thighs as his tongue licked along his bottom lip. "Why are you doing this?" I panted. What? Me, on top, in control? Because I wanted to know what it would feel like to give you all of me, completely. You own me, heart and soul. I just wanted to show you how much you mean to me, in the only way I know how. I pressed my chest against his and traced the seams of his lips with my tongue, building up speed with my hips, his beautiful words edging me to the brink. Rome's breath blew choppy and his hips lifted to meet mine, the force of our joining growing harder by the second. Romeo! Romeo! I screamed as my stomach tightened and my orgasm surged, almost exploding from the inside out. I locked eyes with Romeo as his eyes clenched shut and he, with one last thrust, poured himself into me. His mouth tightened as his hands relaxed on my legs and he exhaled, his heart thumping against mine. A finger ran down my spine and I smiled against his neck. I've never felt anything like that, baby, Romeo whispered. It was perfect. I lifted up and cast a look at my clock, my head flopping back to the crook of his neck. Now we're bloody late. I don't care. They can fucking wait. Come on, we'd better go. I moved off his hips and walked to the bathroom to clean up. When I came out, Rome was waiting for me against the wall, his hair tousled and sexy. Last chance to back out, he said hopefully. I picked up my silver clutch and held out my hand. Come, Romeo, let us go to the ball, I teased in an Old English Shakespearean-type accent. Flashing me a reluctant smile, we left. Chapter 23. Wow, they've really outdone themselves, I announced as we climbed out of the Dodge to the waiting service of the valet. Twinkly Christmas lights glittered along the edge of the large white mansion and we crossed the threshold to the ornate foyer, both hyper-aware, searching for his parents. Remaining hand in hand, we walked out into the yard, where an impressive white marquee of equal opulence was full to the brim with tied players, all in white. A string quartet sat to the side, elegantly playing Canon in D. Cass, Lexi and Ally spotted us first through the packed crowd and waved us over to their table in the far corner. A tuxedo-wearing waiter passed by and offered us a glass of champagne. On a teasing nudge, Romeo picked one up as I politely declined and took an orange juice. I wished more than anything that I could have used alcohol to numb the stress of the night. We went to stand with the girls, greeting the team as we passed. Within minutes, I was flanked on either side by Austin and Jimmy Don, who I could tell were going to take their protection details seriously. Romeo whispered something to Ally as I made conversation with Cass, and she suddenly paled, tilting her chin behind me. We turned at her action and Romeo's parents approached us with wide, fake smiles. Trailing behind them was Shelley, waving regally to the cream of Tuscaloosa society in a tight white dress, her long red hair pinned straight and falling to her large breasts. Romeo moved to stand behind me and grabbed my hand so hard it was almost restricting the blood flow to my fingers. His mother, who, as usual, reeked of alcohol, threw her arms out in the direction of her son. "Rome, my darlin'. Well done on your big win." She wrapped her arms around his rigid frame, kissing his cheek, and moved along to me, the tightening of her mouth the only giveaway she was displeased with my presence. "Molly. What a pleasure to see you again, and you look so stunning." She practically sang as I stiffened at her embrace. "How are you both?" I remained silent. She would get no showboating from in front of her guests. "Fine, Mama," Romeo answered blandly. Joseph Prince stepped forward and shook Romeo's hand. "Son." "Daddy." He nodded to me in greeting. "Molly." I gave him a tight nod. The air around us turned stagnant as we stood awkwardly, trying to maintain an air of happy civility for everyone else's benefit. I noticed that the princes ignored our friends, and when Ally, their niece, tried to say hello, they blanked her too. By the amused look on her face, she wasn't exactly bothered. Shelley stepped forward with a bright smile and went to hug Romeo when he stepped back, a look of incredulity on his face. "Cut the shit, Shelley," he spat viciously. Her face dropped into a scowl and she retreated beside his mother, who was clearly pissed at his public rejection of the golden child. They all turned and walked off without another word. Phew. Awkward much? Cass lilted from her seat at the table, causing the tense silence to break. I pulled Romeo aside. "You okay, baby?" He pressed a soft kiss to my cheek. "Yeah, I just can't fucking stand their falseness." "And what the hell was that with Shelley?" "I don't know. Only a few hours left now, though. We'll get through it." His eyebrows arched. "Famous last words, Shakespeare. Famous last words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." The dinner lacked atmosphere and was predictably ostentatious and for the most part unnecessarily pompous. But we sat with our friends and tried to make the best out of a bad situation. The speeches were horrendous. When Catherine Prince talked of her beloved son and how proud she was of his achievements in football and her hope for his NFL career, I practically had to restrain Romeo from overturning the table and losing his shit again. I grasped his arm and leaned in close, convincing him to calm down, and told him how much I loved him over and over with his hand pressed against my stomach. It seemed to work. The tables were cleared and everyone moved to the center dance floor, and Romeo, on hearing the opening chords of Leonard Skynyrd's Sweet Home Alabama, stood and pulled me to my feet. "Let's go, Shakespeare. Every true citizen of Bama has to dance to this as a rite of passage." I giggled as he wrapped his arms around me and moved seductively around the dance floor, singing the lyrics in my ear, badly out of tune. Hundreds of eyes watched as we danced with happy grins, Romeo spinning me in his arms and dipping me down for a dramatic kiss to rapturous applause. Bullet and his good luck charm once again in the spotlight. I, unfortunately, also saw Catherine Prince glaring at us, swaying unsteadily as a result of too much alcohol. She grimaced at us parading our relationship in front of all of her guests, and I couldn't help but smile her way. I knew I was fueling the fire, but she couldn't do anything in front of her friends. Rome would make sure of it. When the song drew to a close, the Tide coach came over, slapping Romeo on his back, asking him to go talk football to some important people. Rome bent down as he sat me at the table. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Stay with someone, okay? I promise. I'll hurry." He kissed my hand and walked away into the awaiting group of men. I stayed with my friends for over an hour and Romeo was still nowhere to be seen. I drank more orange juices than I thought was possible and having newly acquired a bladder the size of a pea, needed to go to the washroom again for the umpteenth time that night. I stood and Jimmy Don stood too. Jimmy Don, I'm only going to the washroom, again. I can manage that on my own. Honestly, just stay here with Cass, dance, be merry, and all that crap. Nope, let's go, darlin'. You're stuck with me. I squeezed his arm in thanks and shouted to the girls, just going to the washroom. Tell Romeo if he comes back. I turned to go into the house. I just passed the huge central stairwell when Kate came over holding a piece of paper. Hey, Molly, I've been told to give you this. A note. I rolled my eyes and opened it. Needed to get away for a little while. Meet me in the library. Rome. I quickly used the bathroom and when I came out, showed Jimmy Don the note. He smiled and shook his head. What's with you two? Come on, I'll see you there and leave you to it. I hugged him and gave him a grateful smile and we moved through the packed house to find the library. Jimmy Don did as he said and I walked alone into the massive old library, shutting the door. I was immediately mesmerized by the shelves and shelves of books, floor to ceiling, with several wheeled ladders sprawling along the casing to reach the higher volumes. I was in heaven, bookworm heaven. I could spend hours in a place like this, lost in the pages, transported to other worlds, other lives, forgetting reality for a while. My inner geek began doing backflips of excitement. I peeked my head around the corner of the room to the large stone hearth and leather sofas, looking for Rome, but the room seemed completely empty. What was he up to? I smiled excitedly and sang, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? No answer. Romeo? Nothing. Rome, are you in here? I heard the latch of a lock snap behind me and when I turned, Shelley and Catherine Prince were stood at the entrance, smirking at me with identical bitchy expressions. My excitement soon turned to dread. Catherine stumbled forward, grossly inebriated if the glaze in her eyes was anything to go by. Well, hello, Molly. We meet again. I shifted to the end of the center table, creating some distance between us. What do you think you're doing? I looked first to Catherine and then to Shelley, who lingered nervously in the background. You got the note, I see. My stomach sank. They'd set me up and I'd fallen for it like a mouse in a trap. Shelley here told me about you and Rome and your sickening, cutesy notes. She's been watching you, and I knew that'd get you from the protection of your friends. We circled around the table like fighters circling the ring. I've been doing some digging on you, Miss Shakespeare from Durham, England. She read the alarm in my expression and laughed wickedly. Yes, it made for very interesting reading. I jutted out my chin, trying to show I was unfazed. I was anything but. Let's see, she put her finger to her mouth as she pretended to think. Poverty, working class, living in what can be described as nothing more than a hovel. Mama dies in labor and leaves you in the care of an alcoholic minor of a father, who, when you were only a little girl, she whined in a girly voice, baring her overly white teeth, decided you weren't worth sticking round for and slit his wrists in the tub. She slapped her hands on the wooden table. Am I close, Molly? Is it hitting you yet? That you don't belong anywhere near my family? Tears spilled from my eyes, but I stood firm, unmoving. I glanced at Shelley, who was skittishly guarding the door. She seemed shocked. Was it possible that she didn't know that the little intimidation chat would develop into the shredding of my life? Catherine stood only feet away. She'd taken advantage of my stalling. Fast forward 8 years and Grandma gets advanced stage 4 lung cancer from smoking too much, and little, lonely Molly has to care for her all by herself, until, oops. She dies too, leaving little Molly all alone and thrown into foster care. My hand rubbed at my chest as I struggled to breathe, lungs smothered with the grief her words conjured. My legs grew weak, too weak to move as she approached, her putrid whiskey-laced breath almost making me retch. But that's not the end, is it? Molly becomes plagued with sinking anxiety and depression, so bad she needs help, therapy, lots of therapy. But it doesn't work. So she thinks of a plan: marry rich. She's smart and manipulative, so she flees to Oxford to try and catch a wealthy idiot who'd fall for her charms. Isn't that right, darlin'? I shook my head back and forth. I would never do that. Stop making things up. Anger engulfed her face. Makin' it up? Does the name Oliver Bartholomew sound familiar? You dated him, didn't you? An earl's son? Then when that didn't work out, you came over here and sank your nails into Rome as soon as you could, you gold-digging whore. You knew he was rich and you convinced him to be with you, didn't you? He was meant to be with her. She pointed at Shelley, who was now pacing in the doorway, playing with her hands, seeming increasingly distressed. Oliver and I were friends. We dated briefly, but I didn't want anything more. He was a teaching assistant too, we worked together, but that was it. He was a good friend and a sweet guy. Don't make out that what we had was sordid or calculated, because it wasn't. The fact that he was rich didn't mean a bloody thing. She gripped my chin and jerked my head to her face. Just like it doesn't matter that Rome is rich too. Give me a break. He shouldn't be with you, whore. You need to leave him alone so he can do his duty to this family and stop being such a fucking failure for once in his pathetic life. Or else you'll be sorry. My anxiety faded as the urge to defend Romeo powered through. I smacked away her hand. Sorry how? He has dreams, you know. He wants to play football, will play football professionally, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Do you even know how talented he is? How he's regarded as the best player in all college football? He loves me and I love him, and nothing you do will tear us apart. I leaned in and said in a low voice so only we could hear, I know everything. He told me everything about you, Mr. Prince, his childhood, the beatings, everything. And I mean everything. You have no power over him anymore and never will again. Do you even know what you've done to him? How he struggles to contain his anger through years of hearing he was unwanted, useless. I marched around the table, leaving her seething on the spot, and hurried towards the door where Shelley preemptively shuffled to the side to let me pass. As I approached the end of the long table, I heard a loud screech and sharp nails dug into my arm, spinning me around. Catherine's curved backhand sliced across my face, knocking me off balance, and with a hard push, caused me to slam, stomach first, with huge force, against the edge of the antique solid mahogany table. At first I was dazed, my movements slowed, and I tried to stand, but a white-hot searing pain stabbed at my stomach, causing me to scream out loud. My vision blurred as unbearable jagged pangs racked my body, and I collapsed to the floor, trying to grip onto something to help me, to ease the hard cramps. I lifted my head to ask for help and saw Shelley gasping with her hands over her mouth, staring in horror at my legs. I looked down and my white dress was covered in blood. A tsunami of grief took hold of me and loud sobs tore from my body as agonizing spasms knifed up my spine, in my stomach and legs, prohibiting me from moving. I lifted my hand and placed it between my thighs, and when I pulled it back, it was coated in a wet glaze of scarlet. Shelley, seeing my distress, flew out of the room, screaming for Rome. I crawled to the table edge and tried to hoist myself up, but I couldn't bear the agony of the convulsions. "You're pregnant?" Catherine shrilled. "You little bitch." She struck my face again, harder the second time, the strength of it knocking me flat on the floor, and I was met with my own dark pooling blood. I laid my cheek against the carpet, curling my legs into my chest, trying to pant through the pain. A commotion sounded at the entrance of the library, and when I lifted my head, hordes of people were staring at me in alarm. "Move the fuck out of my way. Move!" Romeo's deep voice boomed as he burst into the room. The tormented expression that swamped his face almost made my broken heart rip completely apart. "Mole. Fuck. Baby, I'm here. I'm here." Romeo dropped to the floor next to me, his hands shaking, trying to work out what to do. He was helpless, as was I. I looked at him, salty water blurring my vision. "Romeo, our baby, our baby. I think I'm losing it. Help me, please," I cried and broke down uncontrollably. An anguished scream ripped from his chest. "Somebody call 911. She's losing our baby. They're on the way, man. They'll be here soon." I recognized Jimmy Don's Texan twang. I watched numbly as more and more people ran into the room, and when I turned my head, Cass, Lexi, Ally, Austin, Reese, and Jimmy Don were staring at me, distraught. The girls had their arms around each other, openly crying as they witnessed me writhing in pain, covered in my own blood. Romeo reached for me, gently pulling me to his lap, and held me securely in his arms, rocking me back and forth, his wet cheek pressed on my head. "Shoo, baby, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." I reached up, my blood leaving thick tracks on his cheek. "I think our baby's gone. It hurts so much. I think our baby's gone." A high-pitched whine cut from my throat as another spasm gripped my womb. Floods of tears fell from Romeo's eyes, and I grew weaker, my slow-motion vision registering that most of the team now stood around the room, heads dipped, watching the scene, some staring unseeing at the floor, some praying to God for help. "Where's the fucking ambulance? She's pregnant, goddammit. She's pregnant. Our little angel," Romeo screamed in anguish, and his broken voice trailed off to a despairing whisper as his shaking hands lifted my blood-soaked dress. His thumb pawed at my cheek, ghosted over my lip, and his eyes widened. He tilted my head slightly to the side. "Baby? Why's your lip bleedin'? What the hell happened to you?" I stared at him blankly, unfocused, distantly. I felt disconnected from my body, like I was hovering above, watching the horror unfold. I felt increasingly sleepy and my energy drained away with every new gush of blood down my thighs. "Mole," he pleaded, clutching to me as if he could stop my fading. "Mole. Stay with me. Mole." "Why, your mother hit her and she fell against the table. I didn't know she was pregnant. We were just trying to scare her off. Things just spun out of control." I recognized Shelley's guilt-ridden voice. Romeo stiffened, fury possessing his body on a loud roar. "Where is she?" "She snuck out the side doors," Shelley informed apologetically. Rome shifted, his strong arms attempting to put me down, but I gripped onto him tighter. I felt strangely numb and wanted Romeo next to me, holding me. "Please, don't leave me," I whispered, my heart faltering at his beautiful dark eyes hemorrhaging tears. Once Romeo had secured me back into his embrace, I gradually gave up, the pain lessening, dulling, as though my body was telling me that our little angel was saying a final, reluctant goodbye. "Baby, I'm so sorry, our angel, our angel." Romeo's handsomely torn face was the last thing I saw as my eyes lost vision and I gave in to the darkness. Chapter 24. At first all I heard was a perfectly timed beeping. Beep, pause, beep, pause, beep. My throat was bone dry and each swallow felt like dry wood splinters scratching along the raw flesh. I shifted my aching legs slightly, flinching as my stomach cramped. I cracked open my eyes and was met with a bright white ceiling and long fluorescent lights. A TV was playing quietly in the corner and plastic chairs of all colors surrounded my bed. I lifted my arm to find it attached to an foredrip. Something warm held my other hand. I rolled my throbbing head to the right and there he was, my Romeo, sleeping, both of his hands clutched in mine. He was sitting awkwardly in a red plastic chair, his head laid on the edge of my mattress facing me. His mouth was open a touch as he snored lightly, a strand of his long, sandy hair lifting and falling with every breath. He was beautiful. As I stared at my boyfriend, I tried to remember why I was here. Fractured black and white images teased me as they flitted randomly across my mind, a library, pain, shouting, blood. Romeo's mother, our baby. My hand fell to my stomach as cold trepidation filtered into every cell. I tried to move and felt a tightening in my hand. My head snapped to the source, and I found Romeo watching me, eyes puffy, swollen, the whites bloodshot red and his chocolate gaze burdened with sadness. I literally felt paralyzed. Romeo? Did. I couldn't say the words out loud. To say them might make it true and I didn't want to believe what I knew to be the case. Romeo's jaw worked back and forth and fresh tears spilled over his long, inky lashes, racing down his unshaven cheeks to land like boulders on the white cotton sheet. I watched as he forced a swallow and nodded his head slowly, watching me intently, gripping my hand. I curled towards him, pulling our clenched hands to my chest and released the pent-up agony burning inside me. Loud sobs swept through me and Romeo covered my body with his as if he could physically shield me from my desperate torture. We'd lost our baby. I wasn't going to be a mother. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I turned my head, sniffing and wiping away the wetness. Why are you blaming yourself? You did nothing wrong. Romeo shook his head over and over. I shuffled back and weakly pulled on his hand to encourage him to lie beside me. As quickly as possible, Romeo climbed onto the slim mattress and his head joined mine on the thin white pillow, our hands clutched as though in communion, faithfully holding on to our love like a rosary. Romeo lifted our hands to his lips, kissing and brushing them against his mouth. I killed our baby, Mole. I didn't protect you. I let you down. My throat was so thick with emotion that I almost couldn't speak. Romeo, the always stern and aggressive football star, was crumbling. There was nothing you could have done. He squeezed his eyes shut. I never should have left you alone for even a second. I knew my parents were up to something. We should never have gone. I should have let you stay at home, where you both would have been safe. Now, his head fell to our hands and tears fell as in confession. I let him get it all out, and when he'd calmed, I said sadly, Romeo, my heart is broken. Just when I think I can't be hurt anymore, I get a dagger plunged straight into my heart. What did we do so wrong to have everything ripped away from us? I seem to lose everyone I love, my mother, father, grandma, and now our baby. I can't take any more pain. It's too much for me to cope with. I just can't do it anymore. Shaking, Romeo cradled me to his chest. I don't know why your family was taken, baby, and I know you're crushed. But my mother was to blame for this. Shelley told Ally everything, the note, the accusations. I'm fucking through with them. They're poison to you and me, Mole, poison. You're all I have left. Don't run from us. Just, don't run. All I felt was numbness, my body blocking out the hurt, switching back to the auto-protection mode that Romeo had broken through all those months ago. He scattered desperate kisses and soft touches all over my face. What happened to me? I don't remember much. Romeo played with the hospital tag on my wrist, reliving the trauma of the previous night. The paramedics arrived and brought you here. I came with you. Our friends are still downstairs, they never left. You've been in about 24 hours now. The impact of the table caused internal bleeding. You needed surgery. I focused on the ceiling, counting the small white tiles with detached fascination. Can I still have children? Romeo smoothed hair from my forehead, holding tightly to my limp body in his arms. Yeah, it was the first thing I asked, baby. I didn't know if you'd want to get pregnant right away. If we should try again when you're better. I just want you to be happy, whatever you want. I stiffened and he clutched me tighter. I'm sorry, Mole. I shouldn't have said anything, yet. It's too soon, too raw. Forgive me. Just forgive me for everything. I love you so much, and our angel just made us so happy, made us a family. I'm afraid I'll lose you too. It's all I've been thinking about while you've been asleep. I tried to relax as I breathed in Romeo's unique mint and soap scent. I couldn't say anything. I knew he needed my assurance, my promise to stay, that everything would be okay, but I couldn't. I didn't want to think. I didn't want to be here, childless, in a hospital bed, with my boyfriend shattered to pieces. I wrapped my fists in his favorite red-tied shirt and held on as we silently rode wave after wave of grief until all that was left was a shallow void. Asterisk 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 my friends stopped by to see me, offering their heartfelt condolences and talking idle chit-chat, skirting the taboo issue of children and trying their best to take my mind off things. They needn't have bothered. I didn't feel anything, and I never once spoke back. Romeo slouched beside me on the bed. He ignored the strange looks he received from the doctors and didn't flinch when the nurses would stop by my room to see the devoted boyfriend refusing to leave his girlfriend's side. They could tell that the words, "visiting hours," meant nothing to the quarterback from the Crimson Tide and allowed him to stay every night in my bed. The power of football in Alabama. Romeo tried over and over to talk to me, but I didn't answer. I slept a lot, and when I didn't sleep, I lay next to him in a self-imposed comatose state. I was a living, breathing zombie. After days recovering in hospital, the doctor told me I would be discharged the following morning. Romeo immediately began to pack my overnight bag that Ally had brought in, and he couldn't hide his relief that we were finally going home. Home. Nowhere felt like home. England held the memories of my lost family, Alabama now held the memory of my lost baby. Nowhere made me feel safe. Professor Ross had called by, upset and apologetic for my loss. She was leaving for Oxford that night for the lecture. She and Romeo had decided together that it was best if I didn't travel. Romeo told me cautiously, expecting that I would put up a protest and insist on delivering my part of the paper due to the fact that I'd worked on it for almost a year. I simply shrugged and went back to sleep. Ordinarily I would have protested. But I just couldn't muster up the strength to care. Romeo sighed in defeat every time I rolled away from him, closing in on myself. He watched me, always watched me and stalked my every move. He could see I was broken. I knew he was too, but if I let myself feel, I wasn't sure I would survive the onslaught of pain that I knew would follow. He told me over and over how much he loved me and, as always, begged me not to leave. I made no such promise. When my bag was packed and dusk closed in, Romeo's phone sounded. I turned and watched as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "What is it?" "It's Coach. He needs me to attend a charity function at the stadium tonight. I've missed a lot of game prep, and he needs the QB to be there to show I'm with the team all the way to the championship. Then go." He snapped his head to me. "I can't leave you like this." "Yes, you can. I'm tired anyway. I need to sleep." Groaning loudly in exasperation, he aggressively smacked his fist into the wall. "For Christ's sake, Mole. How can you be tired? You've slept for days, done nothing for days. I understand you've had surgery, but the doctors said you should be feelin' a lot better by now. You're wallowin', Shakespeare. You need to snap the hell out of it. I've been trying to be patient, but enough is enough. I've lost a baby too, not just you, but you shut me out and act like I'm a damn stranger to you. I was the daddy, for fuck's sake. I can't do it alone. I have too much to think about, you being like this, Leodin, the team to the championship, the hopes of an entire state on my head. I need you to help me, Mole, not to drown in your own fucking misery. Who's supportin' me? I'm grievin', too." I watched as the old anger that haunted him when we first met seeped back into his body. He fixed his scarab eyes on mine, stormed over to my bedside, and lifted me, pressing his lips harshly against my mouth. I didn't kiss him back, and he dropped me to the mattress, practically growling in frustration. For fuck's sake. Please. Please. You're scarin' the shit out of me. You need to start dealin' with it, dealin' with everything that's happened. I just turned away and stared at nothing. You can't even bear to look at me, can you? I narrowed my eyes, whipped back to face him, and bit out, there. I'm looking at you. Tell me, Rome, what would like me to deal with exactly? The fact that your mother killed my fucking baby? Romeo withdrew as if I'd punched him, and he answered through gritted teeth, our baby, and don't you ever forget that. I was with you all the way until the end, still am. I'm still fucking here, tryin' to pull you out of hell. I shrugged nonchalantly and turned my back, my sorrow and guilt trying to bubble up my throat, but I pushed it down, deep, deep down. I couldn't allow myself to feel. You know what? Fuck this. I'm out. Romeo marched out of the door and I watched as he bolted down the corridor, his back rigid from stress. I breathed out slowly and closed my eyes, wishing to just never wake up. ******, a newspaper being slapped on the bed table awoke me from my sleep. A very drunken Catherine Prince stood at the end of my bed, the door to my private room tightly shut, blinds closed. I was trapped. What are you doing here? I asked angrily, scurrying to prop myself up on the pillows. She smiled and wobbled to the chair, dropping herself on the seat beside me, whiskey once again reeking from her pores. She appeared completely disheveled, her perfect blonde hair was sticking out in knotty clumps, and her eyes were surrounded by deep, dark circles, her red lipstick slightly smudged. Leaning forward, she pointed her bony finger at me and her face contorted into a vicious expression. You've ruined us, you little whore. I regarded her blankly, fighting the disabling anxiety I could feel blooming in my chest. You ruined yourself. You murdered our unborn baby. Your grandchild. That abomination should never have been conceived. It was scum, just like its mother. I felt like I'd been hung up, nailed to a cross, and crucified. My baby was not scum. It was perfect, it was ours. Mrs. Prince pushed the newspaper farther in my direction. Read it. The editor and my husband's not-so-biggest fan sent us an early copy. A little treat for suing him a few years back. I reached out and with shaking hands picked up the paper. Oh my God. That's why. Fantastic reading, isn't it? The front cover had a picture of me, the night of the dinner, on a stretcher outside the plantation, being carted to the ambulance, my white dress soiled by a mass of blood, an oxygen mask on my face, and Romeo gripping my hand tightly, his expression distraught, also covered in my blood. The parallel picture showed Mr. Prince in a suit outside Prince Oil headquarters. The title read, Tide Star QB's girlfriend miscarries amidst Prince Oil money laundering scandal. My chest felt like a sprung coil, and I lifted up, rubbing at my sternum, trying to ebb the aching strain. I couldn't. The picture of me losing my baby. Pain devoured me from the inside out. I couldn't do it, I couldn't take the reality of the image, of Romeo's crushed expression as he held my hand. I heard a wicked laugh and Catherine hovered over me. That look on your face may have made it all worth it. She closed in. You've made a mockery of my family, you evil bitch. Leave. Leave Alabama and never come back. You've nothing left here. Rome won't want you after this, after you tainted his reputation and destroyed his family's business. If you stay, I'll make sure I bring you down with me, so help me God. The princes will be the laughing stock of all of Alabama because of you. That's why you were pushing him to marry Shelley? You wanted her father's money, needed the legal connection before he found out what you'd done. It suddenly all made sense. Romeo was right to have been suspicious. And that spawn of my husband's tramp would've if he'd never met you. Now everyone knows. My husband's been arrested. We've lost everything because of you. Everything. No, you've lost everything because of yourself. I snapped. She lifted a hand in the air and rammed her fist into my stomach, causing me to shriek out in pain. My hand frantically felt along the side of the bed for the call button, but Mrs. Prince wrapped her hands around my throat, applying pressure as I desperately pressed the emergency button repeatedly. My neck burned and my vision turned blotchy when a nurse burst into the room. "Help me, please," I croaked. The nurse bellowed down the corridor for security and she wrestled Catherine from my bed, restraining her arms behind her back. I coughed and sputtered as the security guards carried her away, kicking and screaming in her drunken state. "I'll ruin you if you stay, ruin you both. I've got nothing left lose." My head fell in my hands. The enormity of the last few days almost suffocating me, unrelenting grief tearing me apart from the inside out. I couldn't be here anymore. I needed to get away from all of the pain and sadness. "Honey, are you okay?" I peered up and a young, heavy-set nurse was at my bed, her arm around my side. I nodded. "You sure?" "Yes." "Honey, the police are on their way." I tried to shift off the bed. "No, no. No more. I can't." The nurse's strong arm held me close and she spoke in a soothing voice. "That woman assaulted you, Molly. You need to report what she did." My body slumped against the nurse's side. She was right and it would be the last thing I would do for Romeo. I'd help him by ensuring his reputation wouldn't be run through the mud any more than I'd already caused. His parents were already going down, I'd help give them the final push. Romeo would finally be free. "Okay," I agreed. "Good girl. Would you like me to contact Romeo for you?" I faked a smile and shook my head. "No, please don't. He's at a charity function at the stadium, for the championship game, and I don't want to tear him away. His team and supporters need him." Squeezing my arm, she praised, "You're good people, Miss Shakespeare, good people." She left the room and after a while, the police arrived. I gave my statement, truthfully, all the nitty-gritty parts, and felt as though my soul was shattering all the way through. When the police left, I grabbed my phone from the side stand and hit call. "Molly, are you okay?" "Professor, have you left for the airport yet?" "I'm just in my car now." "Why? Is my ticket still available?" "Why, yes, But, Molly, you're not well. I'm fine. The doctor discharged me. Can you come and get me at the hospital? Now? Yes, now, I snapped impatiently. There was a long pause and a disappointed sigh. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I'll be outside. I hung up the phone, gritted my teeth, and ripped the phone from my hand. I reached for my clothes, flinching at a subtle pain in my stomach, dressed in my jeans and tee, and grabbed my packed bag. I walked out of the empty corridor and down to the front door just as Susie pulled up, and I jumped in the front seat. She eyed me skeptically. "You're running again, aren't you, Molly?" "I can't be here right now," I said almost inaudibly. Susie pulled out of the hospital car park and onto the road. "Romeo doesn't know, does he? By the time he finds out, I'll be 40,000 feet in the air. He's better off without me here." She swerved to me, disappointment clear on her face. "No, he isn't, Molly. You can't. I'm going, Professor. Please, I just can't. I need to go." She ran her wrinkled hand over her forehead. "You have your passport?" "In my bag. Luckily I needed it for my medical insurance." "Then back to Oxford we go." I laid my head back on the headrest and watched as the yellow fields of corn passed by in a blurry haze. Tears dripped from my eyes as I pictured Romeo's face in my head. For a moment, I wavered in my decision, but when I remembered the images in the newspaper, all doubt slipped away. I had to leave. I had to run. Chapter 25. Oxford University, England. On behalf of Miss Shakespeare and myself, thank you for listening. Professor Ross joined me at the side of the stage while the 300-strong crowd clapped in satisfied applause. We shook hands with the dean and I politely made my excuses from the suffocating lecture hall, rushing outside for some fresh air. I burst into the open quad and the winter chill slapped at my face, giving me the awakening jolt that I needed. I tipped my face to the sky, and large, delicate snowflakes kissed my cold skin. It made me feel alive, well, semi-alive. I was still numb. I slipped on my black leather gloves and surveyed the empty campus. Crisp white snow capped the tall, intricate spires and roofs of the ancient buildings, casting a Dickensian winter wonderland feel on the prestigious university. I loved Oxford in winter. It was one of the most beautiful places on earth. It was my Mecca, my holy grail, or at least it used to be. Now I just felt like an imposter. A lost drifter, far, far away from her home. The majority of the students were away for the Christmas break and I'd spent Christmas Day alone in my room with a large glass of wine, trying not to think about what it would have been like at Ally's house in Birmingham, with Romeo, and our baby. When Susie and I arrived in Oxford, we were told that our hosts had to delay our lecture for a week, which was fine by me. The archaeological team on campus had found the remains of what they thought could be an ancient royal tomb and initial focus was given to them so they could relay their findings to the press. I, for one, was glad. I needed the time to get my head straight. I missed Romeo. I missed him so much that at times I actually believed I was dying of a broken heart. A couple weeks had passed since we'd arrived in England, and I'd yet to check my phone or my emails. I loved him so much, but I just couldn't go back. Everyone would know about my miscarriage and I just couldn't face being that exposed, people knowing, pitying. With a calming breath, I set forth to the Radcliffe Camera, the most amazing library storing thousands of books in my specialist field. The pain left me when I studied. I thought less about Romeo when I studied. I could forget. The snow crunched like crisping leaves under my heavy winter boots, and I wrapped my black padded coat tighter around my chest. I was almost at the door of the library when I heard, "Molly? Molly Shakespeare? Is that you?" I turned and was met with the shell-shocked face of Oliver Bartholomew. I inwardly cringed at the awkwardness of the surprise reunion. "Hey, Ollie, long time no see." His face broke into a huge grin as he walked towards me and gave me a quick, stiff hug. "Bloody hell, Molly, I almost didn't recognize you. Where's your glasses? Your hair, you look completely different, in a good way," he stuttered nervously while roving my appearance with his bright sapphire blue eyes. "Thanks. I wear contacts now and my friend from the States did my hair, and everything else." I gestured down my body. "Well, she excelled herself. You look beautiful. But then, you've always been beautiful." I dropped my head with a tight mouth. It only mattered to me when Romeo called me beautiful, when he meant it with all his heart. Floods of memories tried to rise to the surface. I held my breath and pushed them back down. "Would you like to grab a coffee?" Oliver broke my inner torture, startling me enough to refocus. I looked up at him and his face was so hopeful. Poor Oliver. The last time he saw me, he'd taken my virginity, and the next morning I was gone, never to return. He hadn't deserved me treating him like that. "Molly? Coffee?" I glanced to the library and back to him. I wanted to say no. "Just a quick catch-up, I swear." He nipped the sleeve of my coat in his fingers, head down. "I've missed you." "Okay." I relented. Oliver's face broke into a wide smile and he fell into step beside me as we walked in companionable silence. 15 minutes later and we were sat in the window of the campus coffee house where Oliver ordered an English breakfast tea for him and cappuccino for me. As I watched him, I realized that he really was a lovely guy. So kind and unpretentious. I never gave him credit for that in the short time that we dated. If it could even be called dating. He didn't know me, but that was entirely my fault. I'd never let him in. Oliver sat before me, his Oxford rowing team scarf in a knot around his neck and a red cashmere sweater showing off his slim body and brown hair. "So, Molly, how are the States? Why are you back?" I fiddled with my coffee cup. "The States are good, different." I continued assisting Professor Ross with the philosophy paper and we just had the lecture showcasing our argument. His eyebrows practically lifted of his regal face. "And?" "It was very well received. It'll be published next month in the Oxford Press Philosophy Journal, I expect." He beamed a toothy smile. "I'm so very proud of you. Published at 20, perfect for a future professor. I always believed in you." "Thank you." I took a sip of my coffee and proceeded to try and make conversation. "Why are you still on campus? Shouldn't you be at your country estate enjoying the Christmas festivities, rubbing shoulders with royalty?" He laughed. I should be, but I'm part of the archaeological team that found the royal remains. Mother wasn't best pleased. She thinks I'm wasting my life digging up old bones. It's been so amazing though. I'm now halfway through my first-year PhD and I couldn't imagine doing anything else. I smiled at his super posh English accent. I used to tease him for it, said he reminded me of Prince William, and by the playful narrowing of his eyes, he knew that's what I was thinking about now. So where are you going to study for your doctorate? Are you staying in the States or coming back here? Excitement grew in his voice as he asked the last part. I shrugged, staring out the window, watching the odd students scurry by to get out of the falling snow. I was thinking about the States, but I don't know now. Oliver tilted his head in contemplation and swallowed disappointedly. It's not everything you expected? Expected? No. Life-changing? Yes. I'm just not sure if it's the life for me. It's a whole lot different than living here, that's for sure. Silence joined us at the table. I could feel his stare as I fixed my eyes on my cup. It was time for an apology. Oliver? Oliver clasped his hands on the table edge, a slight shake to his fingers. Yes. I reached forward and laid a hand on top of his. I owe you a long overdue apology. He turned his head to gaze out the window. Why did you leave me like that? Was I that bad of a boyfriend to you, and after, what happened between us? What did I do so wrong? A lump formed in my throat. Nothing. You weren't a bad boyfriend, you were lovely to me. I'm in the wrong here, Ollie. Facing me once again, he said, you broke my heart when you left. I heard from a few of your classmates that you'd joined Professor Ross in Alabama and couldn't believe my ears. You'd had it planned for months and never said you were moving abroad for your master's. You just up and leave after being intimate with me, no reason or explanation. I thought it was very cruel. I was very cruel. And completely selfish. And you deserved so much more. I'm truly sorry for what I did to you, Ollie. Oliver's lips parted as he inhaled. Molly. I held up my hand to stop him. If you have the time now, I'd really like it if you could let me explain a bit about me, about my past. Maybe help you understand why I am how I am. I feel it's about due. Breathing a sigh of relief, he smiled. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Over the next 2 hours, I finally shared my past, all of it, right up until my sudden departure after we'd made love. When I was done, Ollie sat back, eyes wide, releasing a pent-up breath slowly through his lips. Wow, Molly. I had no idea. I gave him a tight smile, feeling better, lighter. Finally sharing something about myself had actually been therapeutic. You deserve to know. I'm only sorry it's taken me so long. It could have saved us a lot of sorrow. Oliver placed his elbow on the table, letting his head rest in his upturned hand, just staring at me, reading something within my expression. Who is he? Who is who? The guy you're in love with. Don. He reached out and gently took my hand. Do you know how much I wished you would think of me and look like that? Need me that desperately? What? He dropped his gaze. I loved you, Molly Shakespeare, but you never loved me back. I tried to break into your heart, but I failed. I wanted you to share your problems, your past, but you wouldn't let me in. You didn't love me enough, and well, that was okay. I wasn't the man for you. I get that now. He glanced up with compassion in his blue eyes. Whoever he is, he must be special. It's like you're a whole different person, not the shy, introverted girl I once knew. You're stronger, changed. My head dropped to my hands and I began to cry. I heard Oliver move from his chair and sit beside me, wrapping me in his arms. It felt good to be held again, but I missed Romeo, and his arms were bigger, more protective. Romeo's chest was broader, and although Oliver smelled nice, of some expensive aftershave, it wasn't soap or mint. Oliver wasn't my Romeo. Shoo, Molly. Don't cry. Nothing's so bad that it can't be fixed. I lifted my head. It just went so wrong. We were put through too much, Anne. I ran, again, just like I ran from you. I hate myself for leaving, but I just couldn't stay. Shoo, calm, Molly. But I couldn't calm down. I'd finally let myself feel, and regret was flowing out of me with the strength of a geyser. Something we both loved dearly was taken away, stolen, and I just left him to deal with it on his own. He has the most important game of his life coming up, and all I do is miss him, think of him, but I've majorly messed up. I left him when he needed me most. How can I go back after doing that? Oliver shuffled back in his seat, his lips pursed in confusion. What game? He plays American football. Oh, right. Is he any good? I couldn't help it, but I laughed. Yeah, he's pretty amazing. Oliver shook his head in astonishment. Molly Shakespeare with an American football player? Well, I never saw that coming. It's not polo or cricket, but I'm a big believer that all sportsmen are good men. Your man most probably is too. I punched his slim arm. He's not just a football player. He's the bravest, most caring person I've ever met. He understands me like no one before. He's my soul mate, he's my everything. Molly, a footballer's girlfriend. Oliver shook his head, smiling in disbelief. It's like nothing you've ever seen, Ollie. The entire state worships the team, worships him. The stadium alone holds over 100,000 people. It's crazy. Games are televised. They're sponsored by international brands, and I ended up falling in love with the most revered player in the entire country. Oliver took my hand gently and looked straight into my eyes. Well, the question is, Molly, why the hell are you sitting in this bloody coffee shop with me instead of with your soul-mate superstar in Alabama? I stared back at him as his words rattled in my brain. Why the hell was I here? I jumped from the chair. Ollie, go, Molly. I understand. He stood, like a true English gent, and kissed both my cheeks. You left me a hollow man when you left last year without a word, but I realize now that you were never mine to keep. Your new chap is lucky to have you. No, I'm the one who's lucky to have Romeo. Romeo? Yeah, his name's Romeo Prince. Oliver rubbed his forehead and chuckled. Well, Miss Molly Juliet Shakespeare, how very fateful. But you'd better get to your Romeo as soon as possible. If I remember rightly, he has a nasty habit of getting himself into lots of bother in your absence." I smiled at his teasing, pressing a thankful kiss to his smooth cheek. "Goodbye, Oliver. Thank you for everything." "Thank you, Molly. Good luck with your new life in America." With a new determination, I ran to the university guest accommodation as fast as my legs would take me. I rushed into my room and began throwing my things in my bag. I'd almost fully packed and there was light tap on my door. "May I come in, Molly?" It was Susie. I let her in and she glanced at me in panic after she'd taken in my empty room. "Are you going somewhere again?" "Where to now, Molly?" "This has to stop, I'm going back," I interrupted. Her frown smoothed and a flicker of hope lit in her milky gray eyes. "To Alabama." "Oh, no, actually," I checked the date on the calendar on the wall. "I'm going to Pasadena, California, Rose Bowl Stadium." A huge smile pulled on Susie's crepe-thin skin. "Molly. Thank goodness. What made you change your mind?" "An old friend made me confront just how much I miss and love Romeo. He needs me and I just left. I need to go and make it right." I played with my hands. "It will be difficult going back there, after, you know, but I have to, for him." Susie reached forward and gripped my hand. "Molly, I want to tell you a few things, just quickly before you depart." "Okay," I replied, impatiently checking my watch. A maternal smile tugged on her lips. "You remind me a lot of me, you know. You love philosophy, you want to be a professor, and you've had a difficult life." I took a seat on the bed, nervous at the direction in which her conversation was heading. "My father died in the war, Molly. Did you know that?" "No," I responded, genuinely surprised. "He was shot in France. I was very young when it happened, but it stayed with me, affected me, like your father's death did you." Years passed by and I eventually got to grips with my life. When I came to Oxford, quite the accomplishment for a girl in those days, I met Richard. He was so dapper and handsome and I knew, just by our first touch, that I was madly in love with him. We married 6 months later. You had that with Mr. Prince. I watched you in the lecture hall and saw the immediate change, and not just in your appearance. I fiddled with my hands and I heard Susie take a sobering breath. "I've lost 5 babies in my life, Molly." I gasped and covered my mouth. She leaned over and patted my knee. "No tears. I'm an old, tough cookie." I held her hand and squeezed it in support. Susie stared at our 2 hands, unseeing. I could never carry a child full term and after the 5th miscarriage, I couldn't even get pregnant anymore. Eventually Richard and I came to terms with our destiny and together we've lived a wonderful life. Susie, child. I did not share this to gain your pity. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You've endured a lot in your young life, but these things make you who you are, give you strength, and they also lead you to your destiny. You can't always run. I wiped at my eyes, expelling the moisture. I just want somewhere finally to call home. Everywhere I seem to go just brings me more sadness. Molly, a home is not a place. It's not a country or a town or a building or possession. Home is with the other half of your soul, the person who shares in your grief and helps you carry the burden of loss. Home is with the person who throughout it all never gives up on you and brings you eternal happiness. That, Molly dear, is your home sweet home, and I think we both know that you found yourself a very handsome young man who might just be that person. Don't let go of it, Molly, even when things are tough, just don't let go. I jumped up and hugged her tightly. After several seconds, she patted my back and shook herself right. Now, young lady, none of this. We're British, stiff upper lip and all that. No need for over-affection. I giggled and grabbed my things. When I turned around, Susie was holding out her car keys. Come, Molly, I'm going to show you how an old-aged pensioner gets you to Heathrow Airport in record time. I sat in the departure lounge and anxiously took my phone from my bag. I stared at the black rectangle with a lump in my throat. I knew it would be filled with messages of hurt and pain. I eventually sucked up my fear, turned on the power, and a barrage of text messages and voicemails flooded the screen. The first instantly made me cry as Romeo's gruff Bama accent filled my ears. Molly. Where are you, baby? I'm so sorry for what I said and leaving you like that. I've just heard from the nurse about my mama. My God, Mole, they said she attacked you, again. Please tell me where you are. You just left the hospital without telling anyone. I can't find you anywhere. It rolled straight to the next mail. Mole, his voice was broken, emotional. There's a story in the paper. It's about us, about losing our angel. Christ, Mole, there's a picture of you. It's breaking my heart and you're not here. My mama has been arrested for assault, my daddy has been arrested for money laundering. Please, call me. Tell me where you're at. It's all fucked up. I'm going crazy without you. I love you. Come back to me. Tears dripped onto my knees. Next. Molly, it's Ally. It's Christmas Day. Romeo's here with me and my folks. He's not good. He's completely heartbroken, he either doesn't speak or gets so angry that he has to leave the house. Please. He blames himself for everything. Call him. He's saying it's all his fault. Next. Malls, it's Cass. You better be back for the championship, girl, or I'm gonna track you down and kick your skinny English ass. The fans are freaking after the story in the paper, and Romeo can't throw for shit in practice. No more feeling sorry for yourself. Fix it, girl. Get here, like, yesterday. I laughed lightly at Cass's usual no-nonsense tone. I spent the next hour listening to Romeo's messages of heartbreak, anger, or complete desolation and my friends all trying to convince me to return. The last voicemail was left this morning. I pressed the button to listen. Hey, baby, it's me. I'm in Pasadena now for the game tomorrow and wanted to call you, again. I guess since you haven't returned my calls, it means that you're really not coming home. I know you're in Oxford. Professor Ross emailed me. I just want you to know that I love you and that'll never change. I need you, baby. I need you with me. You're my family, my everything. You're my home. Home. I was his home sweet home. I erased all the messages and sent 2 texts. Ally, don't say anything to Romeo in case I don't make it, but I'm on my way to Pasadena. I need you to get me a pass for the game. I'll call you when I land. I'm so sorry for everything, but I'm coming back for him. I'm coming back. XX. The next was much simpler. Romeo. I love you. I haven't given up on us. You're my home too. XX. I shut off my phone and headed to the departure gate. For the first time in my life, I was running to something, not away from it. Chapter 26. How long until kickoff? 20 minutes. Will we get there in time? It all depends on traffic. I flopped back in the back seat of the cab and texted Ally me, almost there. Traffic horrendous. How is he? Ally, hurry, Malls. The fans and cameramen keep looking for you. Cass and I keep getting questioned. Romeo isn't good. Keep searching for you as they practice. By the look on his face right now, he's decided you're not coming. Bugger, that wasn't good. Any closer yet? The cab driver's knuckles on the wheel turned white in annoyance. Look, lady. There's the stadium. You can see the traffic for yourself. I stretched my neck, spotting the large imposing stadium at the end of a long, traffic-jammed road. I had to get there. I could run that. I tossed money at the driver, jumping out of the cab, and broke into a run heading in the direction of the Rose Bowl Stadium. People whistled and hooped as I ran by in my brown cowboy boots and white lace summer dress, but I ignored it. I had my hair down and flowing, and I'd even managed to make up my face. I'd used the time on the plane wisely. I could hear the noise from the rowdy crowd and grabbed my phone. Me, approaching now. Meet me outside with pass. Ally, on way. Cutting it close. I approached the entrance, climbing the steps 2 at a time. Just as I reached the top, Ally came running out decked in denim shorts and a tied jersey. Her relieved smile nearly knocked me over as she reached for my hand. Malls, I'll hug you later. Right now you need to come quick. Throw these on. She threw my jersey and a security pass at me. She'd brought my lucky jersey. She hadn't doubted I'd come. She hadn't doubted me. I put the jersey on over my dress, and Ally pulled me into the stadium, waving our passes at the steward as we ran. We weaved in and out of corridors, up staircases and through throngs of people and finally, back down to the lower level, coming out of a tunnel into the bright sunshine where a huge pitch-sized American flag covered the field. The national anthem was just coming to an end, some pop star singing passionately at the top of her lungs. The crowd roaring with excitement and patriotism. I stumbled at the sight of the ceremony, but Ally's firm grip ensured I kept going. I spotted the sturdy form of Cass at our seats, directly behind the advertisement boards, whistling and using her hands to guide us to her. Relieved cheers also broke out as the Tide fans began to spot my arrival. I knew if I looked up, I'd be on the big screens, so I kept my head firmly down. As I ran past supporters, people paid their respects to my loss, taking hats off their heads as a sympathetic gesture and tapping me on the back, telling me to keep strong. I faltered. Ally turned to me with a sorrowful face. It was big news, darlin', but they're all here to wish you well. No need to be embarrassed. Folks are sick to their stomachs at what Rome's parents have done. They love y'all. I swallowed, blushing, and I held up my hand in thanks to the kindness of complete strangers. We raced over to Cass, who, as always, sported her Stetson, jeans, Smith jersey, and boots. She picked me up, kissing my cheek, before setting me down before her. Mighty good to have you back, girl. I'll let you do that once due to the circumstances, but run away like that again and I'll be spittin' mad. I hold the title for hog tying in all but Texas, and I'm not afraid to use my mad skills. I rubbed her arm. Duly noted, Cass. She winked, eyes shining. I missed ya, girl. I missed you, too. She nudged me playfully. Cut the reunion, girls. Here they come. I watched on the big screens as the teams rallied in their respective changing rooms and the Tide, dressed in crimson and white and as returning champions, came out first. My chest pounded as one by one the players took to the field. I knew Romeo would be last, and when I spotted him, I thought I would collapse. One look at his face and a barrage of memories assaulted me, touches, kisses, tears, smiles, making love, fucking hard, all in technicolor. He was my home. Rome took to the pitch and I noticed the slight lethargy to his run, the subtle bow of his head, and the not-so-enthusiastic wave of his helmet to the crowd. My heart cried for all that I'd put him through. I'd left him alone when he'd begged me not to run. The Tide supporters began their chant as Romeo headed to the side of the pitch and the Jumbotron followed him the entire way. Kiss, 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 my quarterback paled. He thought I wasn't here. He thought he was letting down his fans. He thought he was going to be humiliated by my absence. Cass and Ally both leaned in with reassuring kisses on my cheeks, and I watched him stand on his own, not even glancing in my direction. He doesn't know I'm here, I whispered. Ally and Cass looked at each other, worried expressions on both of their faces. Cass spat chewing tobacco on the floor, climbed up on her seat, and urged the crowd with a wave of her arms to keep going. The increase in decibel level was deafening, and many of the Tide team looked our way, the cameramen putting their focus on me. I saw Austin catch a glimpse of the screen and run, full sprint, towards Romeo, who had his head slumped forwards, ignoring the roaring crowd. Austin shook him from his stupor and pointed to me. It was as though time suspended. Like our movements were on half speed. I stepped to the far edge of the stands, jutting out in front of everyone else, and just waited. Romeo's head lifted at Austin's words, and he turned, his dark gaze tunneling straight to mine. He stared at me, unmoving, and I stared straight back. The tension thickened and the fans hushed to eerie silence. I'm sorry. I love you. I messed up. I miss you. I tried to say so much to him with my eyes alone, but he gave me nothing in return. Rome walked slowly towards me, and the closer he got, the more nervous I became. I devoured every inch of his face, his sweet chocolate eyes, luscious full lips, sandy long hair, and built, tanned muscled body. My body hummed with anticipation as it recognized who Romeo was. He was mine. My bare thighs scratched from the pressure against the wood of the ad boards, my body desperately wanting to be with him, to have him hold me in his arms. Romeo dropped his helmet as he approached. I noticed that both teams were watching us. The Tide had witnessed the loss of our baby firsthand and clearly knew that I'd left him on his own. By the smiles on their faces, their relief at my return was formidable. I smelled his scent first, mint and soap, drifting on the breeze. Then he was before me, looking up through long, inky lashes to my place on the high stand. He forced a swallow and rasped, "Hey, mole." I sucked on my lip to stop the trembling. "Hey, you. You gonna give up that sweet kiss? If that's what you want." He closed his eyes for a moment before snapping them back to me. "It most definitely fucking is." He lunged forward, his hands gripping under my arms, and with an incredible strength lifted me over the barrier and into his arms, his moist lips colliding with mine. I wrapped my arms around his neck, my legs around his waist, and kissed him right back. His tongue slid against mine, lapping at my hot flesh, and he groaned in my mouth. We were sharing so much with just one kiss, our loss and our sorrow. So much love. Breaking the kiss, he pressed his forehead to mine. "Are you really here?" he croaked, throat tight. "Baby, I'm so sorry I left. I couldn't cope, but I love you. I love you so, so much. Please forgive me. Please." He tucked his head into the crook of my neck, and we dropped to the floor, his legs buckling in relief, with me seated on his knees. We held each other tightly, the crowd completely silent at our most private moment on full display. "Are you back for me?" "For good," he whispered against my neck. I smoothed the wisps of hair at the nape of his neck. "For the first time ever, baby, I ran back to something, to you, my Romeo." He lifted his head, his swollen eyes meeting mine. I read the forgiveness and unconditional love, quickly to be replaced by his darker caged beast. He'd had reassurance, he now needed to take back control. "You won't ever run again. You get that now?" "I get it." He tightened his hands on my face. "You left me alone for weeks, no word, no explanation. Do you know how mad I am at you for that?" "I know," I whispered regretfully. Passion flooded his eyes and he declared, "I'm gonna win this game. Then I'm gonna fucking brand you, once and for all. It seems I've been too lenient with you, Shakespeare. Maybe you didn't quite get that you're mine and as such can never, ever leave me, even if your heart is broken. Because if you're huttin', baby, you can bet that I'm fucking huttin' too." Romeo stood with me still in his arms. The crowd and players clapped and he squeezed my arm. "You. Back in those stands. Now. I've got a championship title to take back home. Then I'll deal with you. Quite frankly, I don't know which one I'm more excited for." My stomach flipped as I cupped his cheeks and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. "Give 'em hell, baby." Winking, he lifted me back to my seat. Cass hollered, hand in the air, and Ally wiped her eyes. Romeo took his place on the field. "Shit, Malls, Bama gonna make you queen when we take this win. That guy is pumped. What the hell did he say to you? I blushed and bowed my head. Nothing, much. Ally and Cass laughed at my red face and the referee blew his whistle, signaling kickoff, and we all got to our feet. It was close. For over 3 hours we'd watched as Alabama scored, swiftly followed by Notre Dame. Alabama now had the offensive team on the field and with seconds left, they could take the win, if Romeo successfully completed the last phase. I tried not to look as the players took their positions, but I couldn't help but peek through the small gaps in my hands covering my eyes. The ball popped back to Romeo and he retreated 3 strides, searching for an open player. Austin was immediately blocked by 2 defenders. Chris Porter couldn't get free, swarmed upon by the Dame defensive end. I whipped my attention to Cass, who was screaming at the top of her voice. Ally had her hand covering her mouth. Big, bruising defenders closed in on Romeo and I squealed. He managed to dodge left, then right, and seeing a small gap, set off running, sprinting, pumping his strong legs forward. Go, Bullet! Go! Cass shrieked as Romeo sprinted down the pitch. My heart fluttered in my chest as the Tide stand jumped and shouted in encouragement. Blockers were blocking, giving Romeo the space he needed to cut through, and we all held hands as he crossed into the end zone, scoring a touchdown with no time left on the clock. The stadium exploded as the Alabama players and coaches flooded towards Romeo, who threw off his helmet, pulling down the neck of his jersey, patting his chest and kissing his hand, holding it up to sky in an act of worship. I froze and watched the replay on the Jumbotron. Oh, I cried and dropped to my seat. Ally noticed and sat beside me, rubbing my back. He did it when you left, so your baby would never be forgotten. I nodded as tears filled my eyes. Angel wings. For your lost angel. Large droplets poured down my cheeks. I left him all alone. He was hurting so badly, but I ran. I'm such a bitch. Ally's hand rubbed at my back. Don't beat yourself up, darlin'. You're back now and you were hurtin' real bad too. No one blames you. Cass took the top of my arm and launched me to stand, sympathy in her blue gaze. No tears, girl. We just won the shittin' national championship. I nodded, took a deep breath, and clapped with the crowd until my hands grew numb. I watched proudly as the team took to the stage and were crowned the BCS national champions. A male presenter moved to the stage and introduced the coach and the BCS commissioner, who presented the coach with the crystal trophy, and then moved next to Romeo. My boyfriend's beautiful face quickly graced the screen of the Jumbotron. He'd been awarded MVP. The presenter lifted his microphone. Bullet, how does it feel to be MVP at the BCS National Championship? The crowd roared and Romeo pulled his devastatingly stunning smirk in response. It's a dream come true. As a kid, I always dreamed of playing for the Tide and I can't believe we've just won the national championship again. Romeo bowed his head, seeming shy at all the attention. The presenter's expression turned serious and he laid his hand on Rome's shoulder. Romeo's face hardened in reaction to the gesture. Now, Bullet, we all love you here. The presenter gestured to the stadium and the crowd began banging their feet in the stands in support. And it's no secret that you've had a real rough time in your personal life over recent weeks. Cass and Ally held my hands in each of theirs, and several supporters around me tapped my back. I had to breathe slowly, in and out, through the unwanted attention. Romeo crossed his arms over his chest, staring down at the stage floor. I smiled when Reese, Jimmy Don, and Austin moved to stand beside him in support. The presenter signaled to hush the crowd. "We just wanted to ask how you're doing." Romeo cleared his throat. "Better, thank you." He didn't elaborate further. "The support by the fans for you and your girlfriend has been overwhelming. Is there anything you would like to say in response?" I quickly looked to Ally and questioned, "The support has been overwhelming?" She squeezed my hand. "Unbelievable, darlin'." I nodded, trying to fight back my emotions. Romeo ran a hand down his face, unable to speak, and Jimmy Don hooked an arm around his shoulders, whispering something into his ear. "Bullet?" The presenter pushed for an answer, sympathy in his voice. Romeo took a deep breath, raising his head. "I don't know how to possibly thank everyone for the support. It's truly blown me away. Alabama has the best damn fans in the world." The crowd erupted once more. "Just one more thing, Bullet," the presenter announced. Romeo nodded his head curtly. I could see how uncomfortable he was at being questioned so publicly. "Do you really think your luck changed this year after that, now famous, kiss from your girlfriend and the subsequent ones at every home game?" Cass nudged my arm and made kissing noises at me. I just blushed and laughed. Romeo smiled, a full, beautiful smile, and stared right at me over the distance of the field. "Hell, yeah. My whole damn life changed with that kiss, man. My whole life. Changed the minute I met her." Austin, Reese, and Jimmy Don dived on Romeo, laughing, and the presenter turned to the camera, shaking his head in amusement. "Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winners, the Alabama Crimson Tide. Streams of confetti burst from the roof and the opening chords of Sweet Home Alabama blasted through the stadium, the fans dancing and celebrating in the stands. The team moved from one another, hugging and laughing, and I watched as hordes of journalists beelined for Romeo. I felt completely overwhelmed by the entire day, and Cass, seeing me sit down, handed me her flask of moonshine. "Take a swig, you know you want a girl." I grabbed the flask with a roll of my eyes and took a tiny sip. Yeah. It didn't taste any better second time around. Lexi came sprinting over to our seats, pom-poms in hand. "Molly. You came," she screamed, and, handing the flask back to Cass, I bent down over the advertising boards to give her a hug. "How are you, sweetie?" she asked tentatively. "Better, thank you. Glad I'm back home." The fans suddenly increased in volume, and when I looked up, Romeo was jogging my way, and as always, the camera followed him the entire way. When Romeo reached the boards, he picked me up and held me in his arms. "We won, baby. I'm so proud of you," I said, and kissed him softly. "I need to be alone with you now," he announced sternly, "for my ears only." "Don't you have to be with the team?" I asked as he quickly headed to the players' exit tunnel, ignoring anyone who got in our path. Leaning in close, Romeo whispered, you wanna give 'em all an after show? 'Cause right now all I can think of is bein' inside you, and no matter where we are in 30 minutes, it's happenin'. We need to go, like now, I agreed. Glad we're finally on the same fucking page. Chapter 27. Romeo never spoke once as we traveled to the hotel, and I was desperate for him to say something, anything. I wanted him to scream at me, be angry, be sad, but the silence he made me endure was a slow and painful torture. After an incredibly tense elevator ride, we entered the large, plush double room dominated by a huge four-poster bed covered in crisp white sheets. My scalp pricked. I could feel Romeo hovering at my back, the sweat from the game still clinging to his skin as his finger traced a line from the top curve of my spine to the bottom. We'd left so quickly that he hadn't even bothered to change from his uniform, and him being so rugged and rough was making the tension between us even worse. Brushing my long hair off my shoulder, Romeo licked along the slope of exposed skin. I almost combusted. Rome's hand tugged the halter tie loose, causing my white dress to drop to the floor, my breasts exposed, leaving only my lace boy shorts on my body. Familiar minty breath whirled against my hot skin as I rested my head on the crook of Romeo's shoulder, and his fingers ran down my arms, intertwining our hands, slowly lifting them one by one to wrap around the back of his neck. I tilted my head in the direction of his lips, and his tongue flicked out, licking along my Cupid's bow. I moaned and closed my eyes. Romeo's mouth opened against mine and he teased, probing his tongue softly. His calloused hands skimmed around my ribs and grasped my breasts as I broke away on a hiss. "You're never runnin' from me again, are you, Shakespeare?" His hands palmed my breasts harder. "Are you?" he barked. "No, never," I cried as I arched my back against his chest. Romeo switched his torment to a soothing massage and nibbled my earlobe. "I missed you. I didn't like the thought of you never returnin'. I vowed to myself that if you ever did, I'd make sure it'd be forever." I loved how he switched from controlling to gentle in the blink of an eye. Edging his hand down to my panties, he had slipped under the waistband and straight along my heat. He sucked in a sharp breath. "Jesus Christ, baby. You're always ready for me." The feeling of his fingers dipping inside my channel compelled me to roll my head and moan, clutching onto his long hair for balance. "I'm gonna make you come, mole," he said as his thumb flicked over my nub of nerves. "Fuck!" I shouted as my hips began to rock, my backside working against his groin. His teeth held onto my shoulder as I became lost in the euphoric sensations. "I love you, baby. Can you feel how much I love you?" "I love you too." Romeo's fingers became too much, hard and unyielding. "Then why did you leave me?" "Because I couldn't take the pain. I thought you'd be better off without me." He added in a third finger, earning him a scream. "I'll never be better off without you. Did you think I could take the pain? Thought I didn't fucking die every time you turned away from me? Shut yourself out?" He thrust even harder. "Thought I didn't hurt when I came back to the hospital to find you gone? No note, no call, no nothin'? Thought it didn't hurt when my family scandal and pictures of my bleeding girlfriend were all over the fucking news?" Scolding tears ran down my face as I clawed at his forearm. "Romeo, I'm so sorry. He bit down harder on my skin and with a final drag of his fingers, whispered, "Come now, mole." I did. Black spots blotted my vision as I used the strength of his body to stay on my feet. He brought me down slowly, kissing up my neck. He withdrew his hands and in one tug, ripped my lace panties in two, throwing the flimsy material to the floor. I was naked, sated, limp, and so aroused that my skin felt as though I was lying flat on hot coals. "Turn." I did as instructed and watched as his nostrils flared. Reaching behind, Romeo pulled his jersey over his head, his bronze torso glistening in the glow of the street lamp flooding in through the window. My attention immediately zeroed in on two large, beautifully intricate tattooed white angel wings standing proudly on the center of his chest. I tentatively feathered over them with my fingertips, leaning in and brushing my trembling lips against each one, worshipping their meaning. When I lifted my head, Romeo was licking his lips, chocolate eyes unguarded. I know our angel isn't here on earth with us anymore, but even from heaven, I wanted them to see how much they were loved, and that even though unplanned, they were wanted, so fucking much. I cast a watery smile and he brought me to his lips. "I love them." "It's perfect," I whispered against his mouth. Pushing me back a step, he said, "I'm not the most spiritual of guys, mole, don't go to church and Christ knows I've sinned, but I truly believe our angel is being cared for somewhere better than here, by your folks. I believe it with all my heart." A sob burst free from my mouth and he hooked his hand around my neck and just held me to his chest. After several minutes, I laid a kiss over his heart and withdrew. "I love you, Romeo." "And I, you, baby." Romeo held me close for several minutes, just the two of us alone, breathing, healing together. Romeo's rough hands ghosted down my arms and he pushed me back from his embrace. Now, his face hardened. "Take them off." He pointed down at the laces of his trousers. My heart picked up speed at his command, and I untied the knot, gently pulling on the strings, my knuckles brushing against his erection. He watched my every move, his chiseled jaw tensing with every butterfly touch. I threw the discarded string to the floor, waiting for the next order. "Pull them down and get on your knees." I gripped the waist and yanked them over his muscled legs. He sprung loose against my cheek and I nuzzled against his flesh. I continued rolling the trousers over his feet and discarded them on the carpet. I lifted my head and met his gaze as he towered over me. "Suck me until I tell you to stop." Saliva pooled in my mouth and I shuffled forward, licking slowly up his stem. Romeo hissed in response. My lips devoured him and I lurched forward, swallowing him down my throat. "Fuck," he shouted, gripping my hair as he pushed back and forth, his flesh swelling in my mouth. I lifted my eyes and groaned as his head tossed back and his tongue licked his bottom lip. Encouraged, I picked up the pace, swirling my tongue around the tip, his hips rocking harder as I held on to his thighs to help give me traction. "Fuck, mole, your mouth." He snarled and ripped me away from his groin. "Get on the bed." I stood and crawled to the center of the bed and was urgently flipped on my back. Romeo's hands spread my legs apart, bending them at the knees, and his mouth latched onto me. "Ah." "Romeo," he worked his mouth furiously, his tongue filling and sucking. I wasn't going to last, and my fingers clawed at his hair. Snapping his head up, he ordered, grip your hands around the bedpost. I did as he instructed. Don't take them off. Romeo dived back in and I dug my nails into the thick wood, breathless and screaming mutely with every lick and bite. Romeo. Romeo. I'm coming. I fell apart, invisible restraints binding me to the bedpost as Romeo drank me down. He released my legs and they flopped to the mattress, but he grabbed them once more and I opened my eyes just as he rammed into me in one hard drill. Ah! I shrieked, unable to take any more. It was all too much. I moved to release my hands when he bit out, I said no. My arms froze and he used his tight grip on my thighs to anchor his thrusts. Will you ever leave again? No. No, 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 and why's that? Because I love you. Rome's excited eyes darkened and he pumped into me aggressively. Wrong answer. My toes curled into a cramp and I shouted. Because I'm yours. Because I belong to you. Because you're mine. His eyes rolled back and he fell forward, balancing on his arms, and ravaged me with his mouth whispering, because you're mine. You belong to me. I could feel my orgasm approaching and my stomach tightened in anticipation. Fuck, you're so tight. I'm gonna come with you. You're squeezing me so hard, baby. I tipped my head back and with a final thrust, we both roared and I wrapped my arms around his back as he worked out the last of his release. We were drenched in sweat, holding each other close. I was glowing in the aftermath, when Romeo lifted his head. I love you, he said and feathered caresses softly across my face. I love you too. I will never forgive myself for leaving. Romeo cracked a relieved smile. I believe you. But it's done. I have you back and you're not getting away again, even if I have to tie you to the fucking bed. We won't talk of it anymore. I can't keep thinking of all the bad. I need good. I need things to be good. He smoothed the damp strands of hair from my forehead. When we go back to Bama, you're moving in with me. Okay. Romeo's eyebrows arched high. Okay? I was expecting to have to convince you. You're not gonna tell me we're too young, it's too soon, or any of that kinda shit? Nope, my home is with you. I know that now. I finally get it. At long fucking last. He sighed. He entwined our fingers. My mama's been released. Some connection at the courthouse got her off. My daddy's out on bail, but he'll be doing some serious time. I spoke to him and his lawyer and we agreed to just walk away from one another. We have no relationship anymore. Can't save something that never was. Rome, I'm so sorry. Don't be. I needed assurance that they wouldn't come near you again. They won't. They only wanted the marriage to Shelley to get her daddy's money. That's officially done with. I ran my thumb over his palm. He watched the action with a contented smile. It's funny, but I finally feel free. He rolled to the side and we faced each other, sharing the same pillow. We're finally free to be together, no obstacles. No Shelley. She won't come near us again. Cass made sure of that, he added, chuckling. I pulled a frown. What do you mean? She knocked her the fuck out for what she did to you. Broke her fucking nose. I only wish I'd been there to see it. No. I can't believe it. I needed to hug the living daylights out of that girl when I saw her next. I couldn't help but giggle and kiss his hands. He lost his smile and placed his flat palm to my stomach. Was I too rough with you? You still hadn't, baby? I shook my head sadly. Not anymore. At least not physically. Romeo's beautiful dark brown eyes regarded me sympathetically. He understood. Are you wanting more? Babies? I swallowed back my wrought emotions. It was time to put my troubles in the past. It was time to move forward. One day I'd like to be a mother. But not right now. We both have dreams, we're young and want to accomplish so much. We will have children, Romeo, but when we decide it's right. I agree. And we'll always have our little angel in heaven. I dipped forward and gently kissed the large tattooed wings. So, superstar QB. You're probably going to be first for the draft in a few months' time, especially after your game-winning touchdown, eh? He wrapped a piece of my hair around his finger. Yeah, I suppose. Spill it. He exhaled a long drawn-out sigh. You go wherever you're drafted. No choice. My PhD. He was worried about my PhD. Look, I haven't even got my applications together yet, so let's not worry about any of that, okay? We don't know what tomorrow will bring. Let's just enjoy being us for a while without any more drama. He nodded and smiled. Plus, I've got a new philosophy about everything. I think we should both adopt it. He looked at me expectantly. I cleared my throat. Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle, and this'll help things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of life. Romeo backed me up with the accompanying whistle and raised an eyebrow on a laugh. Monty Python, Shakespeare? That's your new philosophy? I hunched my shoulders. It's Python. He laughed, free and unbarred, and echoed, it's Python. I read the time on the clock. It's still early. Do you want to go out and meet your teammates? Go for dinner? What do you want to do? He spanked me firmly on my arse, and I couldn't help but yelp out a laugh. You. I'm not done with you yet, Shakespeare. We have weeks of missed sex to make up for. His tone dropped to a deep timbre as he buried all gentleness. Now stand at the side of the bed, reach for your ankles, and prepare yourself to come at least 3 more times. Epilogue. Radio City Music Hall, New York. The NFL Draft. The NFL commissioner walked on stage and stood before the microphone. Romeo clasped my hand, leaned forward, and brought our hands to his mouth, pressing his soft lips against our joined fingers. I shifted as close as I could possibly get, and his eyes closed as he placed his head against mine. The silence was stifling. The first draft, for the next NFL season, for Seattle Seahawks, is quarterback. Romeo Prince, from the Alabama Crimson Tide. We were backstage in the green room. Our private table, consisting of all of our friends, rattled as we all jumped to our feet in unison, screaming loudly in celebration. Romeo bent and lifted me up, kissing me passionately. As I pulled back, I could see in his eyes that a small part of him never let himself truly believe this moment would ever come. Cupping his face, I lowered his head to whisper, "Baby, you did it." Romeo didn't say anything in response. He couldn't. He was still in shock. A steward immediately came to take him to the stage, and I watched on the TV mounted on the wall above us as a camera followed him down the corridor. Rome looked so gorgeous in his tailored black suit and white shirt. I, to match, wore fitted high-waist skinny black trousers and a black silk vest top. As Rome reached the end of the long corridor, he was handed a navy and lime-green Seahawks cap that he immediately placed on his dirty blonde hair and made his way onto the stage to rapturous applause and screams from the live audience. Romeo immediately shook hands with the commissioner, a small, crooked grin on his face. It made me laugh how he seemed so aloof and standoffish to anyone but me. He had the perfect bad boy image, dark and unattainable. If the female screams were any indication, I'd say that he already had a fan club in waiting. A storm of camera bulbs flashed as he proudly held his Seahawks jersey, showcasing the number 7 and Prince on the back. I had to wipe happy tears from my eyes over and over as I watched him, the center of attention, finally getting everything he deserved. After a short interview, he left the stage to speak to the awaiting press and ally, Lexi, and Cass sat beside me, pinning me on the small sofa. "So, Mole? Seattle?" Ally asked, a look of both happiness and apprehension on her face. All focus had been on Romeo and the draft over the last several months. Our friends knew I was going to study for my PhD after this academic year, but no one, not even Romeo, knew where I'd been accepted. I needed to tell him first. I'm so happy for him. It's what he's always dreamed of, I said, purposely avoiding their question. Cass rolled her eyes. "Cut the shit, Malls. Are you gonna go with him? You've said fuck all about next year and we all wanna know." I glanced around the table and had 6 wide sets of eyes focused on me, Cass's loud complaint managing to pull the attention of Austin, Reese, and Jimmy Don sitting opposite. I twisted on my seat, trying to wriggle free. It's Romeo's night. It's not about me. 6 dejected friends slumped back in their seats in exasperation. I had to speak to Romeo first. Romeo walked back into the room after about 30 minutes, and I ran into his awaiting arms, feathering kisses all over his face, murmuring, "I love you, I love you, I love you." My new Seattle quarterback squeezed me into a hard embrace, then pushed me back to stare at me. There was happiness in his expression, but I could see tension leaking from his anxious eyes. "What? What's wrong?" I asked in panic. Romeo signaled to the guys that we needed a minute and pulled me to a dark corner of the room, completely out of sight. He stroked my hair and I playfully pulled on the peak of his navy Seahawks hat. Catching my hand, Romeo pulled off the cap, combing his hand through his messy hair. "I am happy, baby. But I can't do it without you. Seattle. I'm going to Seattle. You applied to Harvard, Yale, and Stanford, that I know of. You've been so fucking secretive, and I'm going insane. We could be on different sides of the country for all I know, and I need you with me. I don't think I can do this without you. Rome, he silenced me with a finger on my lips. I feel like just demanding it because I know that you would drop everything for me. But I also want your dreams to come true too. I don't know how to have both you and football. I took hold of his hand and kissed each finger. Romeo, I've run away from my problems all my life, never to return, but you're the first person I've ever run back to. That means so much to me. You pulled me out of the darkness. I lowered his hand and pressed it to my stomach. And gave me hope. Hope that one day I will be a good mother, when the time is right, and that I do have a family, in you. Moisture glossed his chocolate eyes, and I pressed a soft kiss to the angel wing tattoo that took pride of place over his heart. You once told me that one day you wanted to get away, that one day you would be your own person, and that one day you would get everything that you wanted. Romeo nodded slowly. But what I want is you. Everything I want is with you. You're my one day. I reached in my back pocket and pulled out a letter, Romeo's face displaying confusion, and I announced, "Your one day is finally here." Snatching the letter from my hands, he set to ripping it open, and I watched as the words "Accepted" and University of Washington, Seattle, popped off the page. His hands almost shredded the paper in two, and he looked up, his questioning gaze burning into mine. You. Does. What? I took the letter from his hands, dropped it back into my pocket, and placed my hands on his cheeks. I also applied to Seattle. When Dr. Adams, all those months ago, mentioned there was a possibility of you going there, I researched into how the draft worked and took a calculated chance on Seattle. I didn't want to say, just in case it didn't work out. But it's just paid off. I'm coming to Seattle with you, baby. You're looking at the newest PhD student of philosophy. I sent my email confirmation about 25 minutes ago. Romeo smiled widely, a full smile, one that my dad would have been proud of, and he crashed his lips to mine. When he finally pulled back, his intense expression was completely serious, and he pushed me against the wall. I knew that look. His feral, possessive side was clawing to the surface. Romeo stared at me for several seconds, then suddenly blurted, "Marry me." I stumbled on my stiletto heels in shock. What? Romeo's hand spread on my face, owning me, begging me, wanting me. Marry me. Marry me tomorrow, tonight, as quickly as we can. Just, fucking marry me, Shakespeare. Let me make you officially mine. But, his arms moved to jail me against the wall. I love you. I love you more than anything. I can't and won't be without you ever again. I want to give you everything possible. I want to give you happiness. I want to one day give you children. He dropped his head against mine, whispering, "Marry me. Be with me. Have forever, with me." I lost the ability to breathe in reaction to the desperate need in his gaze, and there was absolutely no question in my mind. Romeo was it for me. Romeo was to me what my father had with my mother. Romeo was the soul that bonded to mine. Romeo Prince was my home sweet home. Yes, I announced, and his lips parted in relief. Say it again, he demanded. Yes. Of course I'll marry you. Romeo pounced on me, his soft lips sealing the vow of our union, and I melted under his touch. We were getting married and we would love each other more than anyone in the history of the world ever had. Star-crossed lovers. I couldn't help the giggle that escaped from my lips at that thought. What the hell are you Logan at now, Shakespeare? Romeo asked, pure happiness radiating from his wide smile. I laid my hand on his heart, glancing up at the love of my life. That the two ill-fated lovers, in our story, found a way to be together against all the odds, all of the obstacles, finally getting their happily ever after. Rome tipped his head in adoration, drawing me close with his hands on my cheeks, and murmured, for never was a truer story of love conquering woe than this of Molly Juliet and her Romeo. The end.